Good morning, and Ms. Melinda, please take it away with our Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to lead us into the meeting here, and we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could join me, please, I would appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to introduce Kay Whipplinger-Baltz, our chairman. She will be now leading our meeting. Thank you, Kay.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all that have attended and joined us today. Good job at finding your way through the hallways and into the room. I know that can sometimes be a challenge. We've got a fantastic program put together, and I'm excited to share it with everyone on the call or in the meeting. I will share that I think we're leaning towards having an in-person meeting in August. More information to come. So this may be one of our last all virtual events. I also want to take this moment to encourage anyone that is in the audience that is working with DoD, if they are interested in any of the board positions, please reach out to David Walls or Melinda or Michael Gilbert, Jackie Hacker, myself. Let us know that you're interested, and we can certainly get you onto the list for additional participation opportunities. Let's see, we've also, I trust that most people have looked over the agenda, and so we are tracking that we have some very good topics to cover. And one of our presenters has presented for us previously, incredibly knowledgeable, wonderful sense of humor, and a depth of knowledge to share about the ISRs and the information that goes into those, and just all those little details that those of us on the outside looking in try to figure out, but he knows the answers. I'd like to take this opportunity to graciously thank Mr. Brad Taylor for joining us, and I'll pass the mic on over to him for him to share more about who he is and what he does these days. Sir, it's your mic.
I was wondering who you were talking about. I just was sitting here thinking, oh boy, this is going to be good. And then it turned out to be me. Well, my name is Brad Taylor. I'm the Assistant Director of the Navy's Office of Small Business Programs. And I am also the Navy's Subcontracting Program Manager and the liaison to the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Procurement. So I'm the guy that reviews all the procurements over $250 million and advises DAS and P with regards to small business matters, et cetera. And also I am the one that deals with all of the subcontracting stuff. I also have, I've always enjoyed talking to you guys. It'll be nice to have in-person meetings because that's where the best salmon is out there, and I love salmon. So, and I'm also an all-around great guy. So I always like to say that because at least then I hear it once a day. But so I got a request from David to talk about some of the stuff that's going on with the ISRs. And I'm going to speak on that ESRS. I want this to be as collaborative as possible. Feel free to ask any questions, interrupt. It doesn't matter to me. I want to hear from you. We've talked about ESRS in the past and how to fill out ISRs and how to submit them. And if anybody's having any particular issues with that, I am more than happy to meet with you or virtually to help step you through some of these things. The mechanics of it it's not that difficult to work through, but there are issues and limitations within ESRS that can be very frustrating. And we find that a lot of people want to kind of reinvent the wheel when it comes to when we send out the data, subcontracting performance. We get a lot of people that come back and say, well, listen, it's not the same that I come up with and all of this. It's like, okay, whatever. It's going to change day to day. So just in this whole presentation, just talking about ESRS and all of that, just keep in mind that there's limitations to it. For that reason, I want to talk more on not only ESRS and ISRs and that the individual subcontracting reports, but some of the initiatives that are being taken with regards to the subcontracting program. I don't think it's any secret that forever, and I've been with the government now for going on 45 years, they haven't caught on to me yet, so they haven't fired me yet. Maybe after presentation they might, so just I'll tell you who to send your comments to. His name is Carlos del Toro. But in any event, the subcontracting has been ignored for many, many years. And so it's time that we start pulling in the reins. This is the first time in my memory that we have had a Secretary of the Navy that has become personally involved with subcontracting performance, and specifically how we engage the businesses to promote small business opportunities and to hold them accountable. We've talked to a lot of the SBLOs with regards to small business participation, and this office has my boss, Jimmy Smith. Many of you might have heard that he's retiring here April 6th, so we're going to have a little bit of a change of leadership. It'll certainly not be me, because I have absolutely no desire to get into that position. But I'm certainly here to, while I am still working, to be able to impart any knowledge that I have on any of these systems. As you may recall, Janice Buffler was the guru for ESRS for many, many years. And when Janice retired, unfortunately, a lot of the corporate knowledge that she had with regards to the system, especially the shortcomings that the system has, walked out the door. The Office of the Secretary of Defense's office, and now the subcontracting program manager, her name is Carla, I think it's Johnson. My brain, this is what happens when you get to be old. She is, she's just kind of getting into ESRS, and I don't think that there's a lot of people that really understand what the issues are with it. Going way back, you may remember that we used to have the standard forms 294 and 295. The 294 was became the individual subcontracting reports, and the 295s became the summary subcontracting reports. The system was designed by GSA, and GSA basically took a paper form and put it into a database, and that's it. There were no improvements. There are a lot of problems, and that we've been able to make a lot of improvements over the years, such as being able to capture task order data. But there's still a lot of holes in ESRS. You're not going to find any of the, for any ISRs, you're not going to find comprehensive subcontracting plan holders. They just file SSRs. You're not going to find commercial plans. You're not going to find any work from small businesses because they don't report with the subcontracting plans. So this is part of the problem that people have often said, well, we need to establish goals for subcontracting. You can't, because there are just too many holes that we cannot say that we're going to set any particular goals, because we don't want businesses to subcontract for the sake of subcontracting. I am aware that there's many commands, or some commands over the years have issued, or in their RFPs, or have included in their RFPs, I should say, the DoD statutory goals. And those are completely useless in my point of view, because those have been established by politicians. They're also a roll-up of all of of what DoD is supposed to be doing. So subcontracting goals need to fit the particular procurement. It should be based on market research, and it should be realistic and achievable. So let's just talk about the ISRs for a moment. The ISRs right now are the only way in which we can identify how well a particular contractor is performing in their contract. Contractor fills out the ISRs. Some of the data comes over from the Federal Procurement Data System, NG, next generation, which is fed by the Contract Action Report. And the first problem that we have is data integrity. Problem is that with the if the contracting officer is filling out the Contract Action Report and doesn't select the box that says subcontracting plan required, then if that says no plan required, nothing is in the system. Nothing transfers on over to ESRS. So then there's a big hole there. Some contractors will report anyway, some don't. And this creates a big mismatch. The other problem is that some contractors don't put in the goals that were accepted when the contract was entered into, when the subcontracting plan was accepted. There's another problem, okay? Another data issue. The other problem is that with the ISRs, is that our contracting workforce is very fluid. We have people moving in and out. So you may have a new contracting officer that takes over, and the problem is they may not have any knowledge that there's a subcontracting plan out there. So it goes to Bill Jones, who was the contracting officer that awarded the contract, and now somebody else is new sitting in that position, and a contract comes across, and they don't have a clue is that there's a subcontracting plan out there that requires some action. There's a good question here. What is the government doing about the issues with ESRS? I got to tell you, nothing. OSD has proposed honestly, it was close to $1 billion system to replace ESRS. But why? Why replace ESRS? There is a better way to monitor subcontracting performance that I will get to here in a minute. Okay, so just hang in there, and I'll tell you what it is. But ESRS is all that we have right now. I use ESRS, looking at the ISRs, twice yearly. There's a report that comes through. that looks to see whether or not these, the contractor submits a report. Contracting officers are supposed to go in, or the contracting officer's representative, and accept these reports. What we find is that a lot of contracting officers are going into the system and just going click, 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 accept, accept, accept. You're supposed to take a look to see whether or not the report is complete. They're not looking to see whether or not the goals have been met, or that they're acceptable, or anything else like that. That comes later on. So the contracting officer accepts these things. Let's just say the reporting period ends September 30th. Contractor has to get the report in 30 days after that. Contracting officer has 30 days to report after that. And then I have some period to go in and provide my reports to OSD. For the contracts, what I do with this system is that I take a look to see how many reports out there are pending. Those are the ones where no action is being taken. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that if no action has been taken on a report, that the contracting officer is paying no attention to monitoring subcontracting. So that we run a report based on how well it's, we take a look at that as a performance metric. I get on the commands to get into ESRS and accept these things. And then the other thing is we have to understand that the ISRs, the individual subcontracting reports in the system, show cumulative performance or achievement under that particular contract. Some contracting officers expect that off day one that the contractor should be hitting 100% of their requirement, their subcontracting requirements. Others just wait till the end of the contract. Basically, we should be looking at those ISRs to see if a contractor halfway through the contract should be achieving pretty much their goals, or pretty close to it for the most part. So then we have a performance measure that takes a look to see how well a contractor is performing. If a contractor is performing within 80%, if they're achieving they're within 80%, 80 to 100% of their goals, I'm not going to get too concerned. If somebody falls below it, then I want further review of that. I want that report reviewed by a contracting officer, and then and make that determination as to whether or not there has to be any action taken to bring that performance in line with the contract. That's my desire. That's what I would really like to do with subcontracting reports, but that's not really what's happening. We're still dealing with a mindset that reviewing subcontracting work is labor intensive, and that it takes too much time. Well, I'm sorry, that's part of the job. So as the subcontracting program manager, I take a look at some of this stuff. I take a look at this when we're doing the what we call a PP map. It's a procurement performance management assessment program. And I do a subcontracting review of all the programs. And I do a deep dive into, in some cases, it can be up to 100 and some contracts as a sample. And I take a look specifically how a contractor is doing. And then if a contractor is not meeting their goals like they should, then I take a look at the CPARs, the contractor performance assessment, the CPARs are. If a theoretically under the FAR, contracting officer can try to assess liquidated damages against a contractor. But I think that everybody realizes that ain't going to happen. I don't think that anybody has been successful. Maybe the Army, maybe once, I don't know. I don't think that anybody's been accepted, been able to claim or go after liquidated damages. At the moment that we issue a negative report with regards to past performance, the moment I hit that button, I'm getting a call from the contractor saying, hey, what's going on here? What's happened? A lot of times the contractor doesn't even know. So we need to get into these discussions, and things can get resolved before they get out of control. Short of having dragging somebody out into the public square for a flogging, I'm really more interested in having a dialogue. I understand that there are people that are new to the system and new to reporting. In some cases, the reports have been put into the system, and then how do they get rejected? And how can we pull this back to make corrections? And the end user, the contracting officers, don't understand that themselves. I'm able to do that from my end, and so there is a means to resolve some of these issues, but it's not going to happen necessarily right away. That's with ESRS. The other and ISRs. The other aspect to the ISRs, that one of the issues that David brought up was, are there changes? No, there are no changes, and there's no talk of any changes to ISRs. We are trying to bolster accountability, which means that we need to review these things to make sure that they are telling the story of why a contractor is not performing. We also, on this end, what I do is, try to make sure that there's accountability on the contracting officer's side too, of why there's certain, no action has been taken or whatever that may be. Okay, so things are, it's not just a contractor, it's both ways. Just take a question here. It says our company has to often do ISRs because the info does not load properly into ESRS. I'm not sure what you mean by loading properly, because some of this stuff it comes across through FPDSNG. The goals, the contracting officer puts the goals in. So if there's any specific issues with regards to the system not working like it should, there is a federal help desk. God bless you in dealing with those people. But there is a federal help desk that can help you work through some of these issues. If that doesn't work, please feel, I like the little icon going there with the tears. Feel free to give me a call or contact me, okay? I'll put my email address up here for you to help. But I'll try to do whatever I can do to get those issues resolved. The another question is, let's see here. I have a completed contract. We've been called back to perform some warranty and claims related work that does involve some subcontracting. Do I need to continue reporting into ESRS? If your contract has not been closed out, the answer is yes. Okay, that if you're coming back to do warranty work, your contract really isn't completed, okay? You don't have a closeout of that particular contract. So there's still some issues that need to, the contract is still effective. All right. And then the oftentimes the help desk closes out tickets without actually fixing the problem. Brother, I've dealt with this one too. So that's why I say the help desk can be kind of useless, and it depends on the issues that you're having. This is a great product that we have here that GSA developed. It's old. Nobody really understands it. And it's not a small business system. This system is owned by by DAS&P, okay, for the Navy, but it's owned actually by GSA, and it's I'm going to say that we administer it. But I am working with our e-business office to try to deal with some of these issues, but there are no super users. The super user that was at OSD, that's Janice Buffler, is retired. I do have the ability to take a look at actions at the DoD level, and that's beneficial sometimes because the for miscoding or whatever. But if you contact me, I can try to get through some of these issues, and we might be able to even sit down and say, okay, this is what needs to be done, and I'll reject it, okay, or return it to you, and then we can try to get it resubmitted, and then I can get in there to approve it. Is a good recommended practice to contact your contracting officer if you ever fall your contract, or feel, I guess it is, falling behind in setting your goals, then it is possible to adjust goals with significant documentation, why and how the goals are falling. Absolutely. Subcontracting plans should be a living document. There are going to be reasons you may not get all the orders that you expected under a contract. Yes, you should be talking to the contracting officer, and if necessary, adjust the goals. If you get some contracting officer that's a jerk, feel free to call me. We might be able to provide some education on modifying the subcontracting plans. They got to be realistic, and there are reasons. If you are just saying, well, it's hard, that's not going to do it. You've got to have a real reason, and a lot of times the reason is hub zones changed. The place of performance shifted, the number of orders decreased, all that kind of stuff. Okay, before I get to these other questions, let me just touch on a couple of things here for you. Summary subcontracting reports. You have to submit those. The contracting officer, it's still the contracting officer's responsibility to make sure that they are submitted. But the review of the SSRs is up to DCMA and OSD. They have taken that responsibility to process the SSRs. The SSRs to me are just, honestly, they don't provide any value to me because they don't tell me what's happening under the contract. They're a snapshot of the performance for the year. And so that just doesn't that doesn't help us out. It's the ISRs that tell us how well a firm is performing. Okay. What does contract closeout mean? Everyone has a different interpretation. When that final payment is made, the contract is closed out, it's shut down, it's finalized, saying that's it, we're done. Okay. Any claims, anything to do with that subcontract or with, I'm sorry, with that contract is completed. That's what a contract closeout is. Okay, now this one, let me just touch one other thing that David wanted me to touch on was reporting of the small disadvantaged business. That went away, I think, in 2017. No longer are you required to file a separate report. That information is captured already in the ISRs. So it doesn't, there's no need for it, and there's no requirement for it. Okay, so that tab is still there if you get into ESRS, and it's there because it allows us to access historic reports. I think I went in there, and I think the last one filed was like 2010 or something crazy. So we don't even look at that. Lori Crump asks, I have a subcontracting plan that requires reporting as a percent of the total contract value in addition to the percent of subcontract dollars. I'm able to input all the required info on the goals side of the ISR and the SRS, but I'm not able to input the percent of the current contract value for the actuals side of the ISR. I provided all the required info in the remarks, and the contracting officer will not accept. Who ensures the fields are open for input for actuals? I have contacted the federal, the Federal Service Desk several times for help, and I've never heard back. Okay. Those percentages should be calculated automatically, but I can't tell you whether or not from a contractor point of view, I don't know. That's something that I have to take a look at. Why they want you to submit both the subcontracting percent and the TCV, I'm not quite sure. Now it depends on what the contract said. In general, subcontracting performance is based on the dollars to be subcontracted. Excuse me 1 second here. We're having an exercise here, so I'm getting all buzzed by telling me that missiles are incoming into the Navy Yard or something. In any event, the so subcontracting, what's reported is the dollars, total dollars to be subcontracted. Okay, it's a percent of that. Why they have both, and if it's a problem, let me know, and let me know what contract you're working on, and what I can take a look at the command side. Any information that you can provide to me on that would be great, and I can follow up on that. When you deal with the percent of total contract value, generally you are generally there's a small business participation commitment document associated with that contract. And I think we've talked about this before in the past, small business participation, in my point of view, is the way to ensure that we've got suitable accountability for subcontracting performance. Small business participation is evaluated under Part 15 of the Federal Acquisition Regulations and DFARS 215, whatever it may be, that requires under best value procurements, when a subcontracting plan is required, that it requires contractors, requires that there be an evaluation of small business participation. This small business participation does not run counter, or it's not opposed to the data that's already in the subcontracting plan. The business case that's in the subcontracting plan should be the same business case that's in the small business participation commitment document. The dollars to be subcontracted are the same. The difference is that under subcontracting plans, the denominator is the total dollars to be subcontracted, while the under small business participation is the total contract value. So in essence, everything is the same except for the denominator. So your percentage is going to be different. The advantage of small business evaluation, or evaluating small business participation, is that not only does it pertain to a large contractor or OTSB, but it also applies to comprehensive subcontract plan holders, and it also applies to commercial plans, if as appropriate. But it also applies to small businesses. So you get a more holistic view of subcontracting under that particular requirement. Everybody is we've got to, explain how they're going to subcontract. In general, a small business participation plan will contain what we call a minimum qualitative requirement, an MQR. And that minimum qualitative requirement is not a goal, it is a minimum. And I'm working with DAS&P on how we can incentivize firms that exceed that minimum qualitative requirement. And then, at one point we were looking, well, how can we withhold funds for those that aren't? My argument is that's going to be too hard, too controversial to withhold funds. And honestly, the biggest hammer that we have is CPARs. So for this initial, as we begin to finalize our plans to they're calling it a pilot program over at DAS&P. It's not really a pilot program. It's how can we incentivize and what can we do for those that aren't meeting the requirements? For those that aren't meeting the requirements, I recommend that it's an automatic negative CPARS rating. It's also establishing an MQR that is achievable, and that it's not going to lead to subcontracting for the sake of subcontracting. That to me is extremely important. So coming up with an MQR that is low enough, there's going to be a range of subcontracting required under requirement, and I feel that we hit the lower part of the range, at least as we're taking these baby steps. So I am really strongly pushing small business participation. And if we do it right, it'll benefit all of us, okay? There could be incentives on your part and greater accountability on my part. Question. Is your team incurred, whoops, I just lost it. Oh, hang on a second. Where to go? Well, we'll come back to that one. It just disappeared on me. Gotta love technology. We'll hit this one. Do you know why ESRS sometimes drops first tier ISRs? Sometimes it's a coding issue. If the ISRs aren't coded properly and aren't linked to your now it's what is it, unique UEI or whatever it is, as opposed to DUNS number, it can drop and get lost. If you find that they get lost, contact me. Okay, I can try to find it. Okay, it would really help if you had a copy of the report so that I can try to chase it down. All right. On some contracts, we have been reporting under N0039, Space and Naval War Systems, which prior to ISRs have been accepted. Now they're saying it was updated to N0024, NAV-C. How do they, the contracting officer, go in and update so that the prime can submit properly? Well, those are two separate commands, and I don't know why one would go to the other, because that's not even the a seaport, unless it's a seaport requirement. But I don't understand that one. Okay, if you could give me a call or send me an email. Again, let me just throw my email address up here. Oops, wrong keyboard. Bear with me 1 second. My email address used to be really easy. It used to just be brad.taylor@navy.mil. And now it has this big long thing. So send me some more information on that, and I will go on over and I will talk to NAV-C about that and now NAV War. Okay. Okay, and this next question is saying what causes first tier contractors historical ISRs to no longer appear in ESRS? Good question. If you have an example, I would love to see it, and I will bring that up with OSD too. Okay. If the ISRs, Grace asks, the SSR rather has been accepted in ESRS, can we still submit a revised SSR? Yes, you can. You can ask that the SSR be rejected or reopened so that you can make the change. I don't know, from a contractor's view, I don't know that you're able to get back in there to make any changes. I would be very interested from a industry view here. Really, what are some of those issues that you're experiencing? And we can talk about that. I'll give you my telephone number as well. Because I would like to talk about that if hang on a second. Getting to be an old guy, can't, my wife says I can't do two things at one time. I would like to hear what some of the issues are that you're having in submitting the ISRs and SSRs into the system. I know how the process works from our end, but we don't have anything documented that says how it works from your end. And I would be very interested in that. Will there be education for the PCO on how to read and understand ESRS? They give pushback on low goals when the contract is an IDIQ with no guarantee. All delivery orders, task orders will not be awarded to us. Yes, there is. There's a lot of education provided on ESRS. If they are giving pushback on low goals, the task orders should be when you have a MAC, okay, a multiple award contract. That MAC should have with it a master subcontracting plan. That master subcontracting plan is basically the boilerplate, okay? It's everything but the goals. When a task order is being awarded, those goals are then attached or are then have to be provided to the contracting officer for acceptance. And if the contracting officer accepts those goals, then those goals, that master subcontracting plan becomes an individual subcontracting plan for that particular task order. So if they're given a pushback on low goals, it's like, what? You know, why would they do that if it's something that they've accepted? This is one of those cases that if you have an issue with that particular issue, I strongly recommend that you contact the director of small business at the buying activity that is holding the contract. You talk to the director of small business, because they can go on in and have a personal discussion with the contracting officer. They understand ESRS, they understand the issues, and they are your advocate. So I strongly recommend that you contact that person. If you are unable to contact that person, or you don't know who that person is, you can go to our website. You can either Google a Navy small business, or you can get into you can go to our website, which is secnav.smallbusiness.navy. I don't know, just Google Navy small business. That's the easiest way to take care of that. And if you still have a problem identifying the individual, well, if you go to that website, you can find out who you need to contact by, there's a tab there for doing business with the Navy. If you still have a problem, give me a call or send me an email, and I'll make sure you get the right person, okay? And if, Karen, this is the same issue with the TCV. I will bring that up to if this is a recurring issue, I will discuss that with our directors of small business to make sure that they understand the information that's required. In essence, if it's a subcon, now you got it Depends, as I said, in contracting officers, there are subcontracting plans out there that are based on total contract value percentages as opposed to subcontracted dollars. So you have to see what's required under the contract. But if there's a mismatch there, you can contact the director of small business at the particular buying activity. Or if you got a problem, send me an email and I'll be happy to chase that down. No, this individual is asking a lot of questions. The name is Anonymous Attendee. The question is, so did you say that the SSRs are not required to file? No, 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 no. SSRs, you have to file the SSRs, just like the ISRs. But the SSRs are not accepted by the contracting officer or the contracting officer's representative. Those are accepted by DCMA and OSD. Okay, so we don't even evaluate, we don't assess those or anything else. That is all on DCMA and OSD. But yes, you gotta submit those. Are the customers requiring us to fill in the task order, delivery order field separately in ESRS? To my understanding, we provide individual subcontracting plans at the prime level, not the delivery order or task order. If it's a MAC, all right, if all of the work under the MAC, let me say this, if all of the work under the MAC or to be performed under the MAC is all the same, for instance, something to NAVFAC, building a building, then a subcontracting plan, an individual subcontracting plan can be established at the MAC level because all of the work to be performed as a subcontract is all going to be the same. But if it is a MAC that has different aspects or different types of work under it, then it should be a master subcontracting plan with individual goals for each task order, because the goals, if the goals in that case have to match what the task is. So if all the tasks are the same, you can do that at the prime level or at the MAC level. If they're not all the same, then they have to be established at the delivery order level. I hope that makes sense. Small business representative for the government has requested that in the future ISRs, within the remarks section, we list the contractors we are using, their small business status, and approximate dollar volume to date. We are told this for the purpose of making sure small businesses are utilized on the proposal bids are considered suppliers on the contract. Providing this requested information in the remarks section of an ISR is an unnecessary burden. I have to agree with you. We sometimes have up to 50 small businesses involved. Whether we award contracts to small businesses who were used in preparing our bid is already managed through FAR, blah, 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 blah. Also, whenever we use an OTSB instead of a small business for subcontracts in excess of 250, we're already obligated to document that. This seems like an unreasonable request. How can we push back? Call your congressman. No, I'm only teasing you. I agree with you 100%. That information is already captured or should already be captured in the subcontracting plan, okay? You've already identified who you're going to use. to the greatest extent possible, and to list them again in the remarks, I don't see the reason for that. I would contact the director of small business at the buying command and have that discussion, or send me an email with more details, and I can set up a meeting with the director of small business, or we can take it from there. Okay. But I agree with you that that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We do a lot of dumb things. The government is really good at throwing up obstacles for making things easy for us, for business. I think that in a lot of cases, a contracting officer thinks that they can, that they're being very prudent and all of that, but they don't realize that their actions are costing dollars, and for redundant information. And what are they going to do with it anyway? Rochelle asks, answer for Lori. The contracting officer has to put the contract value in ESRS via FPDS-NG or FPDS. The prime cannot add that to the ISR. That information is totally in the control of the contracting officer, and the calculation is automatically done in ESRS once the contracting officer makes the selection in FPDS. Okay, so all that goes in through FPDS. But you want to make sure that the goals that are going in, or what the dollar values are that are going in into FPDS, are matching what the contract is, what the contracting plan is that was agreed upon. How long does a COPCO stay in a position? They tend to change every reporting cycle. That is frustrating to us when submitting an ESRS because they sit pending for years. We have people that, the workforce is very fluid. I was an oddity. I stayed in a position for 35 years, and it was like I'm damaged goods because I like to be in a contract. It was a good position. Nowadays, it seems that the younger workforce kind of hop to whatever the next promotion is, and wherever they can, best situate themselves. I'm not criticizing that. That's just kind of the way that the market is these days. And so they do shift around, and or that they may be shifting within an organization, or the contracts may shift. We're also short people, and you'll find that in some cases the people that are doing the work are contract interns, and that are working for a contracting officer. So they may have put their name on that report, so if you are not able to identify an individual within that plan, or if your plan is not being processed, let me know, would you? Because that's something that I'm kind of hot on right now, is to make sure that the people that are reviewing these things know that they've got a requirement coming through. Okay, and that's an issue that I have to bring up to DAS&P. What is a Tier 1 ISR? Also in ESRS, what are the final and regular reports? A Tier 1 is a Tier 1 or a Level 1 a subcontractor. You have a subcontractor that you have the prime, and then you have a first tier, second tier, third tier. And it's just the way that because the subcontractors have to report ISRs as well, and the prime contractor gets in there to accept these things, okay, and process. And then they all roll up to what the contractor's performance is. So that's what a tier 1 is. Also, the final and regular reports are the ones that are filed mid-year and end year. And a final report is the one at the end of the contract. It's like, okay, this is it. No more are coming. Is there a way to download a copy of an ISR that was submitted to us that includes the timestamp? If you do a print screen on that and then save as a PDF, then that's what it'll show as the timestamp. If you try to download that as a PDF, it just shows you the report. But I found that if you do a print screen, it'll show the timestamp. Tiffany Williamson. In order for an SSR to be rejected, you have to contact the ESRS help desk. It was a nightmare that no one knew who to contact. If you want something rejected, call me, okay? I can reject it for you. And I just put in there, you know, in the remarks why I'm rejecting it for you. But I have DoD level of authority. Sending this question again, since it seems to be disappearing for you. Maybe I just don't want to answer it. Is your team encouraging contracting officers to include information in CPARs about a contractor's favorable performance with respect to small business subcontracting plan performance, meeting and exceeding goals? We find that contracting officers often fail to address this in CPARs. Bingo, you're right. And that is one of the things that I look at, because in my reviews, I've found that contracting officers, they may be accepting, or the subcontract or the ISR may be seriously deficient, I'll put that. Yet in CPARs, it's like, oh, your subcontracting performance is excellent. It's like, what? There seems to be a mismatch of what CPARs says to reality. So this is something that I'm looking at very carefully, and we need to make sure that CPARs reflect data, okay, reflect facts. Not that just somebody is like, oh, good, you know, yeah, this company's doing fine. Well, they're doing fine based on what? So we're working through that. Karen says, no, contractor cannot reopen or revise an ISR or SRSR once accepted. I believe the CO has access to perform this. Yeah, and this is, that goes along with what I was thinking too, that the ISRs and SSRs, once they're accepted, that's it. If the contracting officer, if you try to contact the contracting officer, you can't get it rejected, even though that sounds harsh, or returned to you, I'll say that in a nicer way, then let me know, because I can do that, okay? Because I am the all-powerful Oz. I can take care of that. Is your team encouraging contracting officers to include information about CPARs about a contractor's favorable performance with respect to small business? Gee whiz, I think we answered that one. Are we encouraging them? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely we are. We negotiate individual plans for IDIQs and MATOCs at contract levels, and those goals are applied for each and every TO. Some TOs offer a variety of subcontracting opportunities, others do not. I typically include remarks regarding those opportunities or lack thereof in the comments on the ISRs, so the CO knows we are putting forth our best efforts, and that certain TOs don't offer a broad range of opportunities. Depending on what the TOs we hold, we may or may not meet goals during the reporting period. We don't report at the TO level when the contract is being performed for the same agency who awarded the contract. At the end of the day, it's at the end of the contract. Did you meet all your goals? Okay. And so that is something that you're doing the right thing. Okay. And if you ever get any pushback on that, or you can contact the director of small business within the commands. But yeah, not all the times are you going to be able to get are you going to be able to hit something on a particular task order? David, you got a question? Am I being pulled off with the hook here?
No, I have a question.
Oh, then that's it. Just go on mute then.
All right. So you had mentioned in one of your answers that in the subcontracting plan, we should see who we're subcontracting to. And at Keyport, when we receive our subcontracting plans, this is not something that we normally see. We'll typically see their proposed subcontracting dollars and subcontracting percentage. But in our small business commitment documents, we will see the breakdown of who they're planning on subcontracting to. So do you see a change in the future where maybe the subcontracting plans and commitment documents might merge, where we would start seeing those companies that they're planning on subcontracting to?
Well, I will be long gone for that. I say that because we work very, very slowly as government. Okay. So I don't see that anything is going to merge. Yes, it is required for the small business participation, but honestly, it should be included in a subcontracting plan, especially if that subcontractor is part of the bid or part of the offer. Then they should be identified, because if they're not being used, then we have an issue. So, but there are a lot of times when it's like, okay, and I see that quite honestly in the subcontracting plans that I've reviewed. There's a listing saying, okay, these are the types of work that are going to be broken out, and it tells me who is doing this particular type of work by socioeconomic category. Okay. But I've also seen them when it's like, honestly, we don't know at this point, we're going to try. And so that's where the business analysis comes in and says, we're working on it, but my comeback to that is, then how can you tell me what you are going to subcontract out if you're just kind of winging it? You've got to be able to say, this is the data. Okay. In some cases, what's come back to me is we're basing this on historic. Okay. But no, I don't see those two merging. I would like to see small business, the subcontracting plans go away and focus on small business participation. Is that going to happen? Not on my watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to see that as well. I had another question, and this was early on in when we were coming up with an agenda for this event. There was a question about how some people are being asked to define this small disadvantaged businesses in their ISRs. Have you heard anything about that at the headquarters level? And if so, is this due to the executive order 13985, where we're focusing, where we're raising percentages for those small disadvantaged businesses?
No, that raises the percentage, and that's all that it does. Okay, it just says we need to give greater attention to SDBs. that's where I come back and say that the subcontracting plans should identify those SDBs. If you're saying you're going to do it, and this is just Brad speaking, not everybody does this, okay? If you say that you're going to do it, then your business case should support it, right? And if it doesn't, then we need to have a discussion. What I have my biggest objection or biggest concern is when somebody comes across and says, okay, if whatever the hub zone percentage is, 5% or whatever it may be, or 3%, I don't know what it is. And they say, that's what we're going to meet. Okay. And but the problem there is, what are you basing that on? They're basing it on the statutory, which is no good. Okay. The statutory is a roll up of everything. It doesn't mean that that's what we are, you know, what the particular work for this particular contract is going to support. Okay. So could be, I don't have any objections to zero goals if the business case supports it. It is what it is. I mean, you're not going to hit it all the time.
Right. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Question is, will the ISRs have an extended due date for the upcoming submittals? I don't think so. I mean, right now, what I'm being told is that they're all on time. Okay. All that other stuff, they were extended because of COVID. I'm working on a proposal for a large MAC. The template for the subcontracting plan specifically requests subcontracting plan dollars be based on the seed project dollars issued for the MAC. This is the first for me. When submitting a subcontracting plan for the MAC, the templates have always been calculated on the total MAC value. It is my understanding that there can only be one subcontracting plan per contract, and the MAC is the contract and not the task order. What is your advice? Well, yeah, there's only one subcontracting plan, okay? And that's where I say under a master plan, it's the boilerplate. And then for the task orders, when the goals get attached, it converts to an individual plan, but it all rolls up to what the MAC. So each contract, each task order is a contract. And so that's going to have its own subcontracting plan. All right. The dollars are based on the total dollars to be subcontracted, not the seed project dollars. And that's a term I'm not familiar with, but I'm saying I'm thinking those are the dollars that are the you know, if there's a minimum guarantee or something. No, it's not. And I've seen that, whereas some people have said, no, well, this contract, we're only guaranteeing, you know, $50, but it's $1 billion contract. And it's like, no. That the dollars anticipated to be awarded under this contract are the total dollars for that contract. Okay. So, and if you have a problem with this, again, that would be a good one to talk to the director of small business about for that buying command or buying activity, so that you can try to get some understanding, or since this is a proposal, send a question into the contracting officer requesting clarification. And if you have a problem with it, don't hesitate to speak up. But I would speak up and bring it to the attention of the director of small business for that activity, because they are your advocate. Okay. And believe me, if you have that question, I know that there's others out there that do too. And does it sound like it's weird wording? Yes. Something's strange there. Do you know of any primes taking credit for second tier subcontractors? No, I don't. No, just like the government can only take credit for its primes. The prime can only take credit for its contract. Okay, it's prime contract, who they're contracting with. No, but they're not taking credit for second tier as far as I know. Do you know how the new rule came about? Being able to take credit for second tier subcontract. I'm not. I'll check with our I'll take a look. I'll ask our industry analyst on this. I don't think that they can take credit for second tier subcontractors, but I might have been asleep during that meeting. I'll have to check on that. Okay. I'll take that for action to check on that. And then I can provide my response to David to see, so he can shoot it out to everybody. I'll look into it. My understanding is the prime needs to enter the contract office name in ESRS, so the ISR gets routed to the contracting officer. Can you talk to the issue with this process in light of the fact contracting officers change often? How can OSBP professionals help with this process? You're right. It goes to the contracting office, and theoretically, it should get to that contracting officer. If you have, I'm going to say that if you have problems issuing an ISR or getting an ISR accepted, contact the director of small business. That's how the small business professional can help with the process. Okay, because they can try to find out, they can look into the issue at that particular command. And then if there's anything that needs to be fixed, I might be able to help on this end. Okay. I was hoping you would say I was addressing this appropriately. That anonymous attendee again. I got a wise guy out there. Do you agree with zero goals when the statement of work is not defined with the intent to update the small business plan after the statement of work is defined? If the statement of work is not defined, I don't know how you can establish any goals, any goals at all. That's where a master subcontracting plan should come in. Because in the master subcontracting plan, you're saying, okay, this is how we're going to promote small business opportunities, monitor small business achievements, and all that stuff. Okay, who's going to be doing it? But when the statement of work is defined, then those goals are developed, okay, based on that particular work. You find that a lot with BOAs, basic ordering agreements, okay. David, how much time do I have here?
Brad, if I had the agenda up, I'd be able to tell you, but I don't have the agenda in front of me. So Melinda or Kate, can you?
You have 8 minutes.
8
8
minutes,
minutes,
okay.
but I promise we won't pull you off with a shepherd's hook.
No, please do. No. And let me just touch on something that we're doing here. I was going to pull these slides up, but I'll tell you what, I'll shoot these slides on over. Oops, hang on a second. One of the things that we are doing in the Office of Small Business Programs, and we might have talked to some of the large businesses already, is our large business engagements, large business industry engagements. And in essence, what we are doing is that we are meeting with, right now, we're meeting with a lot of the large guys, the CSP holders, except for scientific research, which is holds an ISR. What we're talking about, and we started this back in December of 2021, and we're trying to gain an understanding of the supplier base and the subcontracting successes and barriers that these companies are facing. And the reason we started off with the CSP holders is that personally, I feel that there's, contrary to what has been said about the CSP in the past, the CSP holders, I think, have a really good handle on subcontracting and achievements. And I think that there's a lot of transparency, what's going on because of the yearly audits. And I think that the SPLO is in these companies are really dedicated individuals that not to say that the others aren't, but I think that they've got a broad range of experience that enables us to better learn at this point of what those obstacles are in goal achievement. So what's working? Okay. Having these meetings, there's been several success stories. And for instance, there are some firms that supplier diversity is included in performance objectives. There's employee recognition for establishing new small business opportunities. There are supplier recognition awards. There's some firms have established 2-week payment terms for small businesses and their suppliers. Other firms have virtual technical TED Talks. Some companies produce a video that is searchable by engineers for business opportunities. There's a targeted outreach to attract new business partners. And then there's also a greater emphasis on utilizing mentor-protege and small business innovative research programs. The impacts, now there are these challenges, and these are the barriers. And the barriers are that the number of small businesses supporting government supply chain, supporting the supply chain, continues to decline. And part of that is, there's various reasons for it. Some of it, you have low and small disadvantaged businesses that may not be, fully qualified in high-tech areas, so that impacts the SDBs. Some small businesses are being swallowed up by larger ones, okay? Or this acquisition of the small guys, that does affect us too. The requirements for certification and qualification requirements for the cybersecurity stuff under the CMMC, which is it's the cyber maturity model stuff. Some small businesses are emerging. There are continued impacts of COVID-19 and the scope of classified contracts. So a lot of small businesses can't play there. The other thing that is a barrier to for large businesses is the type of work that they're doing. If a large business is working on a submarine, there aren't a lot of small business participants that can meet the technical requirements and the security requirements of for that kind of work. We're very aware of this, okay? So you're probably going to hear a lot of stuff that we've been talking about internally. There's a term that we've coined now that's called disaggregation, and it's nothing new. We've just come up with another word that is looking at trying to break small business opportunities out. When I was at the Military Seal of Command, we would set aside, we would, we might have 8 ships that are going to be the operation and maintenance of 8 ships. Well, we would then try to break a couple of those requirements out for small business. That's disaggregation. Partial set-asides, disaggregation. We're trying to break some of these things down that may have been also rolled up in a consolidation or whatever in the past, okay? So we're just trying to, internally, we're trying to break requirements down. The way forward is that we're trying to develop training for effective bidding, value stream mapping and lean procurements, and cybersecurity. We're establishing annual tag ups for meeting with this office with Don OSBP. We want to better utilize SBIR, STTR, and the Mentor Protege program. We're stressing the use of what they used to call the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, which is now Apex Accelerators. And Apex doesn't stand for anything, but it's that's what that program is. Get those people involved with the businesses. Still trying to push for the HBCUs, even though we're not tracking them. When we're dealing with environmental remediation and that kind of stuff, the HBCUs do a lot of that work. Expand participation and awareness of high-tech small businesses and SDB forums, and then to ensure that there are more industry days hosted to align small disadvantaged businesses with requirements that will foster competition. So that's what I am talking about today. And I knew that I threw an awful lot out at you. And again, you've got my email and you have my telephone number, and I'll make sure I don't answer either. You're going to interrupt my nap time here. I don't know. I don't want to change the perception of government employee. But if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. Give me a shout. Be happy to spend some time with you to try to walk through some of this stuff. And if you have problems or need a contact, feel free to let me know. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. With the knowledge and information you have, and the number of questions and interaction that we have had in this discussion, I would like to kind of survey the audience, and maybe we consider hosting another event sometime in the next few months, just where it focuses in on this topic. You truly have a depth of knowledge and are able to answer a lot of the questions that come up. And I know both for seasoned and new, both on industry and on government side, the information that you share is tremendously helpful. I want to thank you again for joining us, and maybe we'll have to have you come out and in next one, come out in person and enjoy some real salmon.
Now we're talking. And listen, I'll set up a GoFundMe account and you can contribute to the Taylor Fund. So,
It'll be a small business, right?
yeah, well, I'll end up with some guy named Bubba in jail, so I don't want to do that. I would be the guy that they'd make make an example out of. So we're not doing that. But honestly, thank you very much for asking. And the more information I can get out there and discuss these things, sometimes, I mean, honestly, we could give a whole presentation and, it goes in one ear and out the other. And I honestly feel that it's a whole lot better to just kind of sit and respond to your questions. And if you have questions, please, that's what I'm here for. Okay. I live to answer your questions. And David, thank you so much. You're an all around great guy too, for everything that you do. He's the guy that got me here. So take care.
Absolutely.
Hey, Brad, could I do the AAGG after my name on my signature block now?
You go right ahead. But David, you're the one that told me that I should put CBS after my name. And that's a certified BSer. So everybody's got something after their name. So I told them it should be AAGG for all around great guy.
That's right.
And he says, well, I don't know. I've got another one for you.
All right.
All
Hey,
right.
we hear it here first that we've got new acronyms we can put behind our names. Okay.
That's right.
All right.
You gotta love it.
That's right. Hey, Brad, thanks so much for always supporting this council. We always appreciate it.
You do a great job. Thank you.
I'm sure you're going to start blocking my name on your emails because the future requests that are going to be coming.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be there for you. Thanks.
Dave, if he blocks you, then I'll just send him in the other way.
Yeah, right. All right. You take care. Bye-bye.
Right.
Thank you again. Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much for joining us.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next up on our agenda is our Small Business Administration legislative updates. And we have a guest presenter today. We've got both Ms. Yuri Dyson and Mr. Randy Miller from Portland and from Alaska. And I am excited to pass the microphone over to these two so they can bring us up to date on all of these events and happenings going on in the Small Business Administration. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Oops, Yuri, you just went mute there.
On mute.
There we go. How's that?
That's better.
Much better.
I'm pushing too many buttons here. Trying to get the little screen back where I can actually see faces, because this is so nice to actually, even though we're not in person, it's still nice to just see the smiling faces. So I don't know. I'll figure that out later. But I'm Yuri Dyson. I'm a procurement center representative with the Small Business Administration. I'm always happy to be invited. I did bring along a friend, Randy Miller, who I think all of you also know is a colleague of mine out of Alaska. And we're going to tag team today and give you the latest in the legislative and regulatory updates. We all know this can be a dry set of topics, but we will try and make it interesting for you. I know that we're getting close to lunch here for some folks, and some of us are still drinking our morning coffee. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead. I believe I can drive the slides. And about halfway through, I'll switch over to Randy. That way you can hear a different voice. So let's see, this is the latest regulatory update, legislative updates too, pulled together by our headquarters office. Always lots going on in this respect. Let's go ahead and look at legislative action. So the new NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act for FY23, named for James Inhofe, was enacted just before Christmas last year. It codified the SBA scorecards that I think we've talked about in the past. Those are like the little report cards we use to grade the small business performance of each of the agencies at a department level, kind of a somewhat high level, but it's still very useful because contractors can take a look at that and see which goal areas, small business goal areas, specific agencies need to do maybe a little bit better in, and that can help firms market to those agencies and be a help. It also required congressional reports on consolidated contracts. Mr. Taylor earlier was talking about the declining number of small businesses in the federal marketplace. So definitely consolidation and bundling of contracts is in focus. People are, increasingly concerned about that because that has a way of discouraging small business participation because the businesses don't have capacity to do those larger contracts. So now we're kind of upping the ante here. We are requiring that agencies file reports to Congress on their consolidated contracts, provide it to SBA first, and then we'll also do an analysis and make further observations to Congress, just so that we can see if all of these are really required, if there's other ways we can build in tools so that small businesses can participate in those, or what. So we're just going to examine that some more. It also made permanent the DoD Mentor Protege program, which typically has to be reauthorized every so often. Now it is permanent, so we don't have to go through that exercise. It puts it, I think, a little more on par with the SBA's Mentor Protege program, which is, I believe, permanent too. But there is a pilot for proteges to receive reimbursement if they're in the business of doing technology development. So that's kind of a carrot being waved out there for tech firms. It also creates a statutory Department of Homeland Security Mentor Protege program, and then also authorizes DoD to exercise contract modifications for inflation, which has been a problem for all of us. So let's see here. What else have we got? SBIR and STTR, the Small Business Innovative Research and the Small Business Technology Transfer programs, which SBA owns those, but we partner with specific agencies who receive SBIR and STTR funding that are used for particular projects tied to those agency missions that involve cutting edge research and technology. This was extended into 2025. This is another set of programs that typically needs to be reauthorized every now and then. In this act, we also said that businesses need to disclose any foreign ties. That's something we're trying to be careful about. And then requires agencies to establish a due diligence program on foreign influence. And then requiring Secretary of Defense to establish an innovation open topics program. That's something that is certainly new to me. I'm going to be curious about learning about that some more and how it fits in with SBIR and STTR. And then it also increases the minimum performance standards for SBIR and STTR projects. So let's see. I'm hoping to eventually open up the Q&A box here, maybe when I hand things over to Randy, but do feel free to put in questions in the Q&A and we'll do our best to answer them for you. There was some legislation introduced to the House that requires Department of Defense and SBA to coordinate the contracting assistance offered by the Small Business Development Centers and the Apex Accelerators. Hopefully, we all know now that the PTACs, Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, are kind of rebranding. They're now called Apex Accelerators, as Mr. Taylor mentioned earlier. DoD is actually the owner or host of the Apex Accelerators. It's not DLA anymore. They went straight up to DoD, and this is kind of an effort to further coordinate how the assistance that's given by SBDCs and Apex Accelerators is managed, and through a joint effort between DoD and SBA. Okay, now we're going to speak for a little bit on executive action. We all remember our social studies education in, let's see, I think middle school is when they really dig into the different parts of government. So executive action here instead of legislative branch. There was an Office of Management and Budget memo on increasing small disadvantaged business dollars. You probably remember hearing about this in a previous legislative and regulatory update. There was also, that went along to increase the government-wide SGB goal, which was for many, many years at 5%. It went up to 11% last fiscal year. Now in FY23, it's gone up another notch to 12%. By 2025, we're aiming to have it be up to 15%. So OMB sent out a memo to the agencies with reminders about how to find SDB firms, how to increase SDB dollars. And we want to build that diversity and the resilience of that federal supplier base. Again, we're concerned about the fact that there's a smaller number of small businesses that are participating with us. And to that end, there's also a smaller number of diverse firms too. But we want to try and lower the barriers to entering the federal marketplace and create more opportunities for them. So when we speak of SDB firms, that does generally include women-owned small business, SDVOSBs, and HUBZone firms, and certainly the 8A firms as well. So just know that there are activities afoot amongst the federal agencies, and those of you who are federal SBLOs know this already. We're trying to move that needle for SDB achievements. Last year, we actually achieved the 11% goal very early in the fiscal year, which was a great occasion. But I have heard just anecdotally that as of now, reaching that 12% might be a bit of a struggle. So there's been some discussion in federal circles about just making sure we remember things like this memo, making sure that we do think first about trying to increase those SDB dollars. There's another OMB memo, 23-11, and you'll notice in our slide deck, as usual, we've got hyperlinks. The slide deck will be made available to you after the event, but when you do have it in your hands, you will be able to click on these hyperlinks and actually take a look at these references we're citing. So this on new and recent entrants, we want to increase the fresh, innovative thinking. We've defined what new entrant means versus a recent entrant to the federal marketplace. And then there's a supplier-based dashboard that's been published so that we can hopefully track the mix of the entrants that are participating in the marketplace, have a little more understanding about who's there with us. And then there's also a government-wide procurement equity tool to kind of help the agencies do better outreach, either geographically or demographically for our procurements. So any tool we can use, we're going to try to use as best we can, but these are pretty new tools. So do feel free to share these, explore these. If you find colleagues who are not aware of them, please share them too.
Yuri, we do have a couple of questions. If we could just get them to kind of apply to the current subject. The first
Oh.
one was, would the project get reimbursed if the agreement was submitted before this NDAA was issued, but before the agreement was approved? Is there a dollar limit? And that was, I think, referring to the IT reimbursement and the DoD program. Very specific, those circumstances we kind of have to look at. Generally, I think the answer would be no, the way the question is worded. Those things aren't normally grandfathered. It's what's in place at the time when award is made. Second question, will there be a limit on the number of phase twos a small business can win? I'm pretty sure the answer to that is no, there is no limit on phase two awards. Then there's, will the 15% SDB goal be flowed down to primes, or will you be raising the prime goals for SDB above 5%? It's the buying agency's goals, not the prime's goals. So 15% of an agency's eligible dollars is a target for to go to SDBs. Is 23 goal for SDBs the percent of total contract value or subcontracted value? Again, the goal is the buying agency's goals. That's it's not a subcontracted goal. It's not a per contract goal. It is overall the money they spend. The goal is going to be 15% of that money. So I think that's all we have right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to put the slides back to about where we were. Great questions, folks. Okay, I think, yes. So now we're going to get into a few slides on recent SBA regulatory action. So these are specific to 13 CFR 120, whatever, depending upon which of the programs that these changes are usually recorded. There is an interim final rule, inflation adjustment for size standards, economic disadvantage thresholds. It added a 13% increase to the revenue-based size standards. In part because of inflation, essentially. But SBA always does a review of those size standards. You may be familiar with our table of size standards, and later I'll put in a link in the chat to our latest size standards table, which came out in December. Every 5 years, each NAICS code is actually reviewed by SBA. We take a look at economic information on firms in that industry and double check to see if that size threshold, which is either by dollars, average annual receipts, or by number of employees, if that threshold is still accurate or reasonable. Now, in this particular final rule, it just basically added a 13% increase to all of the revenue-based size standards. And then mention of the economic disadvantage thresholds, we're trying to streamline and make things more consistent between the different SBA small business programs. Some of them had varying degrees of thresholds for economic disadvantage definition. And so that which didn't really make sense. So we wanted to make them more consistent. Net worth is now $850,000. Adjusted gross income for a firm is now a maximum of $400,000. Total assets can be up to $6.5 million for the firm. And then the dollar limit for combined 8A contracts is increased from 100 million to 168.5 million. And again, most of these are in part due to inflation and others because we wanted to match them up with some of the other programs. There was an SBA final rule on adoption of the 2022 NAICS codes for the size standards. The Census Bureau actually manages the NAICS codes, And they went through and published a new list of NAICS codes in 2022. There was some refinement, cancellation of some NAICS codes, addition of a bunch of NAICS codes. Please make sure and go to the Census Bureau website for the NAICS program to take a look at those. But when Census Bureau did that, SBA had to play catch up. Because we are in charge of setting those size standards based on the NAICS codes. So we had to go through those economic analyses onto the brand new NAICS codes to make sure that we had reasonable size standards set for those. And so in December, again, with our table of size standards, we were able to publish the current size standards for all of the NAICS codes in accordance with Census Bureau's 2022 NAICS list. So a little confusing, but if you notice some hiccups last year, COs may be wondering, which NAICS code to use, the 2017 version or the 2022. What's the size standard for this NAICS category? That was probably why. But now everything is aligned. Everything should be working together now. And these new NAICS codes and the size standards were effective in January. And it mentioned the 2022 revision created 111 new industries. So that was pretty substantial. In doing so too, we also have a small business program that is very much tied to the NAICS codes. That's the Women-Owned Small Business Program. You might recall how we categorize some NAICS codes as substantially underrepresented by female ownership. And then we have another one that is, I think, simply underrepresented. Either way, one category is for economically disadvantaged women-owned small business firms, and then the other group of NAICS codes that are on that list are authorized for women-owned small businesses. So in this program, if the NAICS code is on one of those lists, it means that the agency can set aside for that women-owned category, economic disadvantaged or just regular women-owned, or if certain conditions apply, the agency is authorized to do a sole source to a women-owned or economically disadvantaged women-owned firm. So these NAICS codes are very important to that program. Were also updates to manufacturing NAICS codes, which are usually have a size threshold based on number of employees. 144 of those were increased. The employee count was increased so that firms could remain small. For non-manufacturer rule acquisitions, we're still keeping with the 500 employee rule. And there were some notable increases, as you see here, kind of jumps from 1,250 to 1,300 or 750 employees to 900 employees, that type of thing. But this is all to try and retain as many firms as possible in that small category. There was a final rule, and you've probably heard about this too. SBA is now the owner of the VetCert, Federal Veteran-Owned Small Business Certification Program. The Veterans Affairs Department used to have the CVE program, which is no longer. SBA was fortunate enough to actually get a number of the CVE program staff to come over to SBA to help us with the new VetCert program. And so far, it seems like it's been a very smooth transition. We're really proud of that. I think a lot of thought went through the whole process. And from what I understand, when SBA was tasked to take on the VetCert program, we decided to build it from the ground up with veteran input, veteran businesses, veteran organizations, apparently even the application process online was built by a veteran-owned firm. I just heard this last week. Really cool. But this program was effective January of this year. If a self-certified SDVOSB still wants to be counted for subcontracting purposes, their self-certification is going to be okay, but only for another year. We gave them a year period in order to hopefully have the time to get certified in the program, because VetCert is a way to verify veteran-owned small businesses as well as service-disabled vet. SBA is going to continue to work with the VA to verify veteran ownership and SDVOSB status. When the applicants turn in their proof documents, we will turn around and double check with the VA on that. But the rest of the eligibility questions, we're going to be doing a deep dive and to ensure that that veteran owner is at least 51% owner and manager of that firm. We don't want any pass-throughs. We don't want any lookalikes in there. We want to maintain the integrity of the program. Certification in the new program is absolutely required for any SDVOSB set-asides or sole sources. And then the VA maintains their Vet First policy. That hasn't changed one bit, but one small change for them is that when they need to verify the certification of a firm that they're doing under Vets First policy, they will be looking at the VetCert database that the SBA manages now. So that's a lot right there, but so far things seem to be working really well. Okay, there was also an SBA final rule for past performance ratings for JV members and subcontractors. This is so that small businesses can use performance they had when they were a JV member to go after new projects of their own. We don't want to limit them. They were bona fide participants in those JVs. Hopefully they did some substantial work that expanded their capabilities. They deserve to get credit for that, for past performance. So they can also use past performance from a first-tier subcontract that they performed in order to go after a prime contract. So this is another way that SBA is trying to give credit where credit is due to small businesses that are trying to climb the ladder in the federal marketplace and become a stronger prime contractor candidate. We also put in a feature to direct the primes to provide a performance rating to their small subcontractors and put in a requirement that the small business sub can make a request to the prime contractor, who then has to give this performance rating to their small business sub no later than 30 days after the end of the period of performance of the contract. So hoping for timely reporting by the primes on their small business subcontractors, so that in turn those small business subs can use that good report card in order to hopefully win prime contracts on their own. Okay, and then there's also a proposed rule. This actually, I think we talked about earlier in Mr. Taylor's portion, the credit for lower tier subcontracting, and I noticed some chat in the Q&A about this. It is a proposed rule. If you want to read the details, there's the Federal Register link. It's going to allow a prime contractor to apply credit for the subcontracts to small businesses at the second or third tiers toward the prime's own subcontracting goals. So there's still more to be kind of hashed out with this. The comment period, I believe, ended recently, but when SBA goes through all the comments and issues the final rule, you will actually see a summary of all the comments received and how SBA addressed them. And in many times, comments do have some really useful points that are made, refinements that SBA will adopt into the final rule. So please watch for that, and we'll take a look once the final rule comes out. So next, I'm going to hand the microphone to my colleague Randy, who's going to kind of sail on through the rest of the presentation with you, but I will be here. And please feel free and ask questions. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. See a lot of familiar names out there. Yuri, thank you for unhiding that slide. I was going to talk to it. We have in the slide deck, when you get it, there is, you don't need to bring it up. I was just going to mention that we find it counterproductive sometimes to talk about the proposed actions, and this one is still a proposed action. So in this slide deck, when you get it, we have several slides that are hidden because it's things that are upcoming that are either just being discussed or that haven't been put in place yet. So recent FAR regulatory action. This top one, limit options past the 5th year are long-term 8A contracts to 8A firms that continue to qualify as 8A participants. So what that means is after 5 years, if a contract is longer than 5 years, the contractor is going to have to certify if they're still 8A or not. And if they're not, they can no longer receive options or orders on the contract. IT value added resellers are two very specific NAICS codes. The size center for that is 150. Something else this rule contains is it applies the central subcontractor rule to the SBA socioeconomic programs. So the socioeconomic programs are HUBZone, women-owned, WASB, or Service Disabled Vet, and the 8A program. So the ostensible subcontractor rule it's actually fairly complicated, states that if a contractor is unduly reliant on another subcontractor, they will be affiliated. So you would take that subcontractor and their size would be combined with the size of the small business if there were a size protest. Determine size of initial offer solutions does not require a price evaluation. Size is determined by the SBA if there are protests or for whatever reason when the initial offer with price is received. So that just clarifies that. Accelerated payments. So this actually just codifies the NDAA 2020 rules on accelerated payments. I think almost all agencies probably had an exception in place. I can't think of the word right now, but anyway, I don't think this is anything new to anybody. The goal is a 15-day payment for prime contractors and small business contractors, prime contractors that are paying subcontractors. And again, I don't think this is anything new to anybody. WASB certification, same thing. This is just, I think everybody's pretty familiar with this. The new rules are that to be eligible for a WASB or ED-WASB set aside or sole source contract, the contractor has to be registered with SBA as a WASB or ED-WASB. The rules require, they just need to check DSBS actually is what how they're written for any set aside or sole source WASB awards. There's some problems with this right now. Neither system is entirely accurate. If you are WASB, ED-WASB, I recommend that you send a copy of the certification letter from SBA with your proposal, and then it's right there, and there's no question about it. If the systems are not reflecting correctly, that's the best way that you can ensure that they see that you're actually WASB. We've had many cases where the market research was done, and then either the contracting officers or PCR goes in and checks individual vendors that say they're WASB when they're really not. We do a deep dive if you're having problems, either as a contracting officer or as a vendor with WASB and how it's being reflected. Get a hold of one of us and we can help. So the pending issue there in DSBS, there's actually, it'll say whether they're WASB or not. And then there's a new entry that says pending. So once the SBA accepts the package is complete, they'll turn that on to pending. At that point, you are eligible to submit proposals, quotes, whatever. If you are the apparent winner and they're still pending, the contracting officer can send an email to a very specific SBA address requesting that your application be prioritized. Joint ventures. So this basically it just says that if you have a joint venture and a mentor protege where you have a large and small business and you have a mentor protege agreement in place, that joint venture can qualify for whatever socioeconomic programs the managing partner has. We've had small businesses that create joint ventures that there's one company I know of that they have two joint ventures. One is with the one company is the managing partner and they're WASB, so they're eligible for WASB set-asides. And then the other joint venture, same companies, is a veteran-owned business, a service disabled veteran-owned business, that they're the managing partner, so they're eligible for those. Agencies must consider past performance of each party if the joint venture does not have its own. So if the joint venture hasn't done any work as a joint venture, both joint venture members, the agency must consider the past performance on both those. There is a court case in progress right now that is interesting because the evaluation was the one company had past performance, but the other one didn't. And they wrote that as a negative, which I think is not what SBA intended when they wrote this rule. So we'll see how that turns out and what additional case law comes up with. SBA does not perform joint venture approval for competitive 8A awards. So but they still determine 8A participant. So if you do competitive, the SBA is not going to look at the joint venture or approve it. We're leaving that up to industry, to police. So that's protest time. If you don't believe that the joint venture is 8A or is eligible, it's up to the vendors to protest. For sole source 8A contracts, SBA is still approving them. And also the ADA participant eligibility. So if you are awarding under the 8A program to a joint venture or to just an individual or ANC owned 8A company, you still send the letter to the district office where the company is headquartered at to make sure that they're actually eligible for the 8A award. Hub zone. Bunch of changes to the hub zone, but these have been in place for a little while too. The big things are they certify annually, like the rest of our programs now. Prior to that, they had to certify when they submitted their proposal, and they had to certify at time of award. Now they're going to certify annually. It's good for the entire year. As a contracting officer, you don't have to have a separate certification with each award. And that's what the second paragraph says. That was what was before they had to be qualified at both offer and award. authorizes hub zones under SAT, which is, that was just a matter of, oh, can we do this or not? And the final rule says yes, absolutely. And they must attempt to maintain hub zone residency if they're performing on a hub zone contract. The rules have loosened up a little bit on hub zones and who they can count. One of the things that was a big improvement last year was that if a person worked for a hub zone, and there's some time limits, I believe it was 6 months, but I have to look, and then moved out of the hub zone and continued to work as a full-time employee, the company can still count them as an employee. The reason that was put in place is the SBA realized, hey, this is a hub zone, a business development program. We're trying to make people successful. And when we make people successful, they tend to move out of those hub zone areas into nicer areas. Construction contracts. So there's a few new rules that the flight agencies are going to just have to get used to, depending on the size of contracts and whether they're small business or not. So now going forward, there's going to be required to publish information about definitization of equitable adjustments. And so the purpose here is to say, let's get these mods, these equitable adjustments done, instead of having the contractor say, hey, go do this work and we'll pay you for it later. We're going to start collecting data on that to try and put a little bit of teeth into getting prompt equitable adjustments done. It says issue must collect data on time required to definitize change orders for construction contracts, meaning your workload, how much time it's taking you to do those things. There's a proposed rule in the 8A, and again, a lot of times we don't talk about the proposed stuff, but depending on the import, we do. This one's just clarifies that COC program is not applicable to 8A sole source. In practice, what that means is if you're negotiating with an 8A on a sole source status, and you as a contracting officer discover a responsibility issue or any other issue that you just don't want to use that contractor, you don't need to do the COC process. You just go to find another 8A that you want to do sole source to. And it's requiring the agency to notify the SBS when stuff previously procured under 8A is now considered a new requirement. And that's the old rules were the release was the big thing. And the new work versus follow-on work was just not defined very well. So now what the process is, if the agency defines the work as new, and that generally means a 25% increase in scope or price up or down in equal terms. So if they're just adding 2 years instead of a 3-year contract, they're going to do a 5-year contract. That's not new work. That's not change in scope. And it's the end user, if a different contracting agency takes over the project, but the end user is the same, that's also not new work. So when and if an agency determines, okay, we've added so much of this work that it's new work or subtracted, happens, they must notify SBA. And that's the way that takes place is the contract officer will do the determination, send it to the district office. The district office should, at that point, immediately forward it to headquarters SBA. Headquarters only has 5 days to tell the agency whether they intend on protesting, the word escapes me again, but if they intend on going back and say, no, we don't think this is new work. And then they have 15 days to actually do that and send that to the agency, and then the agency has an opportunity to rebut that. And also, the following any requirements should limited competition contract. So you have to notify SBA if you have an 8A that was either sole source or competitive, either one on the open market, and you decide you're going to do it on a GSA contract or NASA soup. That's another instance where you have to notify SBA that change is being made. So the exemption for inflationary adjustment, this at first it sounds kind of bad, but it's actually good because what they're saying is the bonding thresholds are going to stay the same. They didn't raise the bonding thresholds for inflation. Greenhouse emissions. This one's kind of interesting. So it's saying major federal suppliers must disclose their greenhouse and climate related financial risk. So there's two categories: there's significant and there's major contractors. Significant received between 7.5 and 50 million in contracts in the prior fiscal year. And if they do, they must complete the greenhouse gas inventory, do a report in sam.gov. Agencies, Indian tribes, NHOs are Native Hawaiian organizations, for those that don't know, are exempt. They're not required to do it. Major contractors who receive more than 50 million in the prior years are required to do those things, plus do the annual climate disclosure and develop some science-based targets. And small businesses are exempted from the major contractor requirements, but not from the significant requirements. And I guess the rest of the proposed rules are hidden. Really welcome questions either on the mic or, oh, here, we actually have some. I missed a bunch. All right.
Yeah, I was going to walk you through those, Randy. You found them.
Okay.
I think the first one for us begins with the one posted at 1029. Is there a mechanism in place to notify the industry whenever a NAICS becomes inactive? And I can't think of a mechanism unless there's some sort of alert that maybe Census Bureau might post.
Yeah, and I think they only become inactive when they renew it. When they do it, is it every 5 years or every 10 years?
5 years that we review them.
Yeah, but I don't think NAICS codes become inactive on a regular basis. I'm pretty sure it's only when the Census Bureau posts their new lists. I could be wrong about that. I'll look into that one. Will small business customer rating requirement for primes be included in FAR language? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will, and we can look at the proposed rule to see. But generally, it is. Sometimes it takes a long time for things to get put in the FAR. The limitation of subcontracting language is one example. That was one of the oldest, stalest rules that was put in place that took them, I think it was over 5 years to, after the rule was done, to actually get it in the FAR language. Is this triggered by the prime receiving accelerated payment? Yes. The point of, and I think we're talking about the accelerated payments thing. It's not a shall. It's a shall try, basically. So the way it's written is that agencies shall make every effort to pay small businesses and primes who are large businesses that are subcontracting to primes within 15 days. And yes, that flowed down from the prime must then therefore pay their subs on a timely manner. If the joint venture sells a business and there is only one company, can they still consider themselves a joint venture? No, I think the answer to that is probably no, because your joint venture is you're combining the capabilities of both ventures. If you want to get to me offline, if you have a very specific question about that, feel free. But every case is different. If there's a specific instance that you want to talk about, we can talk about that, because it'll get kind of sticky if you have a joint venture, you're performing on a contract, and the joint venture dissolves. That's one we would have to look at specifically and see what the rules on that would be. If size is determined at the time of the offer by the offeree with price not at the time of award, and the proposal increases or decreases due to changes in the design phase down the road, is recertification due at time of award, or is it always based on the classification at the time of the initial offer? Normally, it is your initial offer with pricing. And if pricing goes up or down, it's still going to be at that time. I will verify that too. The size gets, you think size is easy, and they either make this much money or they have these many employees. It gets insanely complicated. It's a simple process that we as a government have made difficult in the name of trying to be fair.
I think you're right, though, Randy. It's and we can definitely check too, but I seem to recall it's at time of offer with price. And then if a vendor's size changes during performance of the contract, there's no prohibition for the government to, continue doing business with them. It's just that the agency can no longer take credit for whatever small category that firm used to be.
Right. We might be getting a little bit in the weeds here, but for argument's sake, you're a hub zone business. And well, that's not a good example. 8A is probably the best example. So you're an 8A and you've been awarded an 8A contract, not just a small business contract. It's a 5-year contract based with options, and say you graduate, and this is actually, I've seen this happen. You've got an 8A firm that is on the cusp of graduating, and they know their graduation date, so they put in a bunch of proposals and they make sure they get their pricing in, and they get it in way early because they graduate between when the proposals are due, or maybe before the proposals are due, and award. Their size is determined when they put their offer in. They're eligible for award, and they're eligible as an 8A for the each option year or orders throughout the ordering period, unless the contracting officer requests them to recertify for whatever reason. They don't have to do that, but if a CO requests them to recertify and they're no longer 8A, they can still get awards as long as they don't meet the 5-year limit. But again, like Yuri said, the contracting officers can no longer count them as small. So that's kind of in the weeds. Again, people have questions about that. They're cut and dry rules, but they're not always sensible. And somebody put the link to the new size standards table. And a couple days ago, I didn't realize that. Well, look. I'm looking for ship painters. The NAICS code is 238320, but not the same NAICS code as used for house painting, wall covering, or removal contractors for others. How do I accurately search? Well, I would say start with 238320, of course, and DBS, TSBS. You can also check FPDS NG. And then the FPDS NG for previous contracts. And if this is I don't know if this is a contractor or a contracting office, if you're looking for subs. The contracting office, the FPDS NG will find previous awards and awardees for them. I'm not really sure how to answer that other than, you have input, Yuri?
Yeah, for the ship painters,
Yeah.
I would use a keyword in a DSBS search. And I wonder if you could use a keyword in FPDS too. I'm not positive, but for sure in DSBS, you can add in a keyword to search for firms performing in that NAICS, and maybe even put in like ship as well, or use the keyword for ship or naval, or whatever the case may be. I think that should help narrow things down.
Next question, FYI, well, it's just a statement. I was given notice when updating my SAM registration that I had a NAICS code that was dropping off. Thank you for that. Does that apply for a subcontract issued by a prime? I'm not sure what that refers to. Is that the prompt payment? And if it is referring to the prompt payment clause, I'm almost positive that clause does slow down. I'd like to make an announcement. And Kimberly, I don't know if you can turn your mic on or not, but we have a new PCR in Area 6, Kim Tripp, who has a very illustrious career as a contracting officer before us. We've got applause from folks that know her. I'm sure that's Kathy Kennett. Hopefully Kim herself. She's up here in Alaska with me physically, but her duties will cover probably mostly outside of Alaska. We've struggled a little bit to find good quality PCR, so the concept is changing somewhat. Instead of being geographically based where I have everything in Alaska, I now have Alaska, I have some in the Pacific Northwest, I have NAFAC Southwest and San Diego. And that's how Kim's modus operandi will be, is she'll be here working out of Alaska, but supporting maybe some of your buying agencies down there. And we will get her next year. She will be participating with me or Yuri.
We'll get her in the rotation, so. Yeah, but thank you so much, everyone, for all your questions. Oh, Kim says, I can't turn on my mic or camera. At least I can't find out where it's at. Okay, and camera-wise,
got a computer yesterday, so.
yeah, and Kim, little tip for you. I recently got a new SVA laptop myself, and I didn't realize it has that little slider at the very top center above the screen to either close your camera or open it. Took me a while to figure that out. But welcome aboard. And thank you so much to the Regional Council for inviting us every time. This is kind of a mouthful of information to present. So I was really happy when Randy was willing to tag team with me, but we're always here to try and help. I will put my or maybe if Jeremy doesn't mind, I can't seem to put in chat messages to everyone for some reason, but maybe Jeremy wouldn't mind putting in my email address in case folks wish to reach out. And I bet Randy wouldn't mind if his was in there too.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
And I will be hanging out if anybody has questions later on. I'll be here too. So
Thank you so much. You guys have always got such a wealth of knowledge and information to share, and I truly appreciate it. I've heard some others share similar information, and I have to say, I think our team here has got the more interesting presentations to what I've heard sometimes. So thank you very much. I appreciate your information and help. So I'm looking at the agenda, And it looks like we are due for a break. So we've got a 15-minute break to go grab a sandwich or grab some more coffee. I guess it depends on what part of the country we're in. So we'll take a short 15-minute break. Don't get lost. And we'll meet back. And then we're going to have speakers and presenters. Ms. Vanessa is going to share on, let's see, market research using subnet, SAM, and DSBS. This should be very helpful to a number of us as we work to find some of the businesses that are able to help us with some of our requirements. So see you guys back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello, are we returning back? I see Ms. Vanessa is getting things up on the screen and getting ready. I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of us, including those of us on the panels and on the board. Thank you for participating. Thank you for supporting the Regional Council. As a public service notice, this is all volunteer effort. None of us are reimbursed for our time and energy. Fortunately, for some of us, it's part of our duties as assigned, but still it's in addition to everything else that we do. So I want to, definitely let everyone know your efforts and your time are greatly appreciated. With this, Ms. Vanessa is formerly PTAC, now Apex Accelerator counselor and more. Incredible knowledge, information that she has available to share is going to be very helpful, I think, for all of us. There may be some things we're already familiar with, but I think we're each going to come away with some new information as well. Vanessa, I'm going to pass the mic on over to you. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Good morning, everyone. Maybe afternoon for some. My name is Vanessa Gleach. I'm the program manager for the AICEF Apex Accelerator. And just as everyone has been publicizing, we still refer, sometimes when we answer our calls, we'll still say PTAC, and so just trying to make that transition happen. Hopefully by the end of this year, I'll get used to saying Apex Accelerator. Today, we're going to be discussing market research using subnet, SAM, and the DSBS system. Just a little bit about who Apex Accelerators are, which probably many of you know, formerly known as PTACs. Basically our goals, objectives are still the same. The only thing that has changed is the funding program that we're through now. Instead of being through Defense Logistics Agency, we are now through OSBP, which now what that means is that our goals and matrix are a little bit different. We have more flexibility to work with large businesses, to partner with other resources, and just really to help the small business and the large business to work with one another. So it is a good transition, in my opinion. Every Apex Accelerator, is different, but we're all change happens, and we just move along with that change. So this is just some information, basically the services that are provided. We're all still existing. We're all still located in the same location. You up in Washington, you can still contact Tiffany and her team. And here, as a Native American PTAC, you can still contact us, and we're happy to help you in any capacity. Today, the objective is, what is subnet? What is the DSBS, Dynamic Small Business Search, and what is SAM? These are three portals that you, as a large business, even as a small business, or looking at businesses that you may want to subcontract opportunities, can utilize to help with your market research, just to help identify those companies that can potentially help you to meet your small business goals. So we're just going to give you just a basic overview of each one of these systems. Market research, where do I begin? A lot of SBLOs. I was kind of surprised there are quite a few new SBLO people. So, first thing is, where do I begin? What system works better for me? And it all depends on you as the SDLO to determine, which system may work the best for you. It depends on what type of information you're trying to extract. What is Subnet? Subnet is the SBA portal for federal government contracting opportunities. I personally, don't use Subnet. We do help our businesses to get registered on Subnet, but the main thing is it's to post opportunities, subcontract opportunities. So it's mainly, to me, a site for large businesses to post opportunities seeking out small businesses. So small businesses should periodically go to this website to see what's been posted by a large business seeking small businesses in different industry categories. So they put the NAIDS code, they put the contact information. It was quite helpful, but it's not a marketing portal. So, you're not allowed to upload your capability statement. You're not allowed to upload your catalog. If you do, SBA can take you out of the system. So it's basically for you to identify opportunities, subcontracting opportunities. And also, it's a way for large businesses to also take a look at, businesses that may be registered and they're seeking subcontracting opportunities. This is the website that you would go to get to the subnet. And which is interesting because this is an old system from SBA. This used to be where the 8A application used to be. HubZone is still here, but a business can register, any business can register for an account in here to be, as long as you're registered in SAM, for an account to enter your information in here. But the easiest way is to click here to get into the public view. This is what you'll see. The thing that you have to note on here is that there's two buttons that you can select. One is the solicitations and the NSS directory, which is the notice of sources sought, and the small business, or I'm sorry, not small business, but business directory. So I clicked business directory. First time I went in here, it automatically defaults to the first one. So when you click on the state, it'll show you solicitations. So it doesn't actually show you businesses, it'll just show you solicitations that are open that you can potentially look at. So what you'll want to do is you'll want to click the business directory, and then you can click any state that you would like to see businesses. Once you click, I click the state of Washington. And when I clicked the state of Washington, it populated a list of businesses. And in here, it gives you categories. As you can see, this is still an old system. It still has DUNS numbers, and which we don't use anymore. Now we're using UEIs. It'll tell you the state, it'll tell you the city, the NAIDS code, and just give you a lot of information. The one thing that it doesn't show you, unless you actually pull the profile, is whether or not this business is 8A, HubZone, Service Disabled Veteran-owned, or woman-owned small business, or even an SCB. So that's one thing, that you're not going to be able to find on this list. Format, you can download it as an Excel spreadsheet, a PDF, or you can just print the sheet. I prefer to download as an Excel because you can then sort the information based on whatever criteria you're looking for. Now, you can go on the same website and hit the advanced search on here. And what this allows you to do is then you can pick multiple states. So let's just say you're not only looking for Washington, but you want Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and you're looking for companies in those 3 states. So what you'll do is you click on the state, you'll hit shift, click on the next state, and then you can run a report. So as you see on here, it just, you can also select the NAIDS code that you're looking for. So if you want to be very specific and you're looking for general construction, you can put in the 236220 NAIDS code. If you're looking for a service code, it's going to be a 541. So, it does allow you to select based on NAIDS code, but it doesn't allow you to select based on their social economic category or the size. So, and That's the one thing that I noticed when I was pulling information. Plus, it's only those companies that are registered in this system that will come up. So I want to just give you a synopsis is one thing that I found is only businesses that have completed a profile can be found on this site. Business profiles, of course, need to be updated, just like Sam. Some businesses may update, based on the current solicitation they have. They may do multiple updates. Some just update it once a year, like they do in their SAM profile when it's coming up to expire. They go in there and conduct an update. You have the ability to search multiple states at one time, and you can download the information in Excel as a PDF or just printing the sheet. So those are some of the things that you can do in Subnet. And it's a pretty easy system to go through. I mean, there is a guide that will actually help you to go through that information. Dynamic small business search, and I think probably 90% of everybody on here is very familiar with the DSBS system. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it takes a long time for the information to come up once you've clicked on it. So, there are some little kinks in the system, but it is a good system. So it does allow you to do a lot of searching, based on criteria that you're looking at. And I basically, it's a tool to help small businesses win contracts, because this is where a small business can actually put in their capabilities narrative. Actually what it is that they do. Maybe they have a teaming partner, or they've expanded on the capabilities of the NAICS codes they list, because NAICS code is very general. So if you're in have a specialty contracting NAICS code, but maybe you have an innovative product that you can use that maybe has a 50-year warranty, you can put that in your capabilities there, because that would be vital information that a large business or even a contracting officer may be very interested in. The other thing is that it allows you to provide your goods and services, based on what it is that you do. So you can put in keywords, but you can also put in the NAICS code. So it has a lot of flexibility in how you can conduct searches in the system.
We have a question
Yes.
on Subnet.
Okay.
How does a prime contractor create a profile in Subnet?
So when you get onto the main web page, let me just go back to that. I'm sorry. So when you get onto this main web page, if you scroll down to the bottom of the screen, there'll be a list that says, "Do you agree to the terms and conditions?" You say, "I agree." Once you hit agree, automatically on the left-hand side, it'll say create a login. And then that's where you'll create your login. And then you just fill out the information. It'll email you a temporary password. You'll change your password, and then you can set up your profile in the system. So it allows you to multiple users from one company to be set up in the system. And of course, you'll want to link it to your UEI and to your EIN number. So those two things you'll have to have in order to set up the account. Okay.
We have another question too.
Okay.
Do you know if there's a problem with SBDS? Every time I've tried to use it lately, it says unavailable, try again later. Oh, that's
Okay.
DSBS.
DSBS. Okay. So there is an issue with, so this is let me show you. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling so fast here through here. Sorry, let me go back here. Okay, so if you look at this website that I have on this slide, which you'll get a copy of, it seems that this link works the best when you're trying to get on the DSBS website. If you Google it and you try to go through SBA's portal, for some reason it works sometimes, but then it doesn't. But we were sent this website, and to me, it seems to work each time I've clicked on it. It doesn't take as long to load. But I find that when you search, it's better to search early in the morning or late in the afternoon, because it seems like in between 10. Yes.
Can I address that real quick? So there is a new link. We're pretty sure that SBA, all the links we've got updated. Use this link, the new one. It's cloud-based now. The performance is much, much improved from what it used to be. And so that's why we're seeing it. The whole system, just a couple of weeks ago, they put out and made it cloud-based. So it's much more user-friendly than it used to be.
Okay, good. Well, that's good information.
Can you share the link? to
It's
the
on there.
group?
Yeah, it's on the Jeremy, if you can paste it from the slide. This is the link that I used.
Okay.
So it must have just gotten updated because last week I went to the SBA website and then of course typed in dynamic small business, clicked the button, and it took a while for it to load, and then tried it this week and then it loaded a lot faster. So you should be able to search and pull up the website a lot quicker, since he did say it is cloud-based now. So one thing that hasn't changed with DSBS is you can only pull up 5,000 profiles at one time. If there are more than 5,000 profiles that come up, then it's going to give you an error. It'll tell you that the profiles exceed the size limit. So that may be the other reason why you might be getting an error, because it only pulls up 5,000 at a time. And that's what happened when I first did a search, and I just selected the state of Washington. I clicked on the search, and it said it exceeded the 5,000 limit for profiles to be shown. It was something like 12,000 something. So that was quite large. So then what I did is I went back and hit the DSBS link to modify it, and I selected self-certified SDB. And when I clicked on that, it then gave me 3,263 profiles that matched that criteria. 8A, SDB, self-certified SDBs. So if you're trying to narrow it down and you're like, wow, that's a lot of profiles to take a look at, then what you can go back to hit at the top of this website, you'll see DSBS, and then you can go in and add, narrow it down even further. One thing that we use this website for is when we meet with our businesses, just looking at this list, and I just pulled this morning, you see so many companies that don't even use the section to put in their capabilities narrative. And what we're finding is that it makes it difficult for large businesses to know exactly what they do. It makes it difficult for contracting officers to see what they do. They don't have the time to go to your website. They don't have the time to, look at, Google your name, try to find out exactly what it is that you do, or go into FPDS to see if you have had any federal contracts. So it's a good marketing tool for any business, whether you're large or, whether you're small, to put in your capabilities narrative to let that large business know exactly what it is that you do. Even if you're a joint venture, you might want to put that in here. Just some things, that would basically identify what your capability is in the market space.
There's another question.
Okay.
And you can do this either now or later, but just so you know, they're struggling to understand the difference between Subnet and DSBS. Can you please discuss the differences between the two tools?
Yeah, okay. So Subnet is, when I went into Subnet, when you go in there, it's a small business or a business has to go in and create a profile. When they create a profile, then that's where they put the information of what it is that they do. It's basically what they transferred over into SAM. If a company does not register in Subnet, they will not be shown. It's not an automatic thing. And same thing with the DSBS, but most companies go into DSBS because they can then put in a capabilities narrative. They can put in keywords. They can also put in any non-government certifications that they have. And for instance, an example is with our Native American businesses, now they have a set aside is what they call ISB, Indian Small Business Economic Enterprise. So what we do, even though it's a non-government certification, I mean, it is still, it's self-certifying basically, and it's not something that's used by all agencies. We still have them list that in there so that when Indian Health Services or Department of Interior is looking for Native-owned companies and they put in that designation, search it, then it comes up. So it would be also something that maybe you're NMSD certified or you're certified with the state of Washington. Those are things that you that a small businesses can put into their DSBS profile. So the DSBS profile allows a small business to put more information about who they are. You know, as far as marketing, a lot of the contracting officers use the DSBS system to identify small businesses, but we also have large businesses that are looking for small businesses that use this system, but they also use it as a validation too, because when you go in here on the back end, SBA actually puts in the date that a 8A firm entered into the program, the year that they'll exit out of the program, and then they'll put in whether or not they're HubZone certified, and then also put in if they're WSB or EDWSB, if it's pending, they'll put that information in there. So it's good information for you as the large business where you're not going to find that in subnet. Okay, so that's kind of one of the differences that I found when I went through, because I went through the entire training of the subnet and then compared it to the DSBS system. And the DSBS system is I don't want to say it's a better system, but it's a system that actually gives you more information that you can use to meet your subcontracting goals and for, you know, validating some certifications that a company may have. Okay, but also for the new SD Service Disabled Veteran Owned certification, it'll actually it'll say yes or no in there, and if they're self-certified, then you'll know that they're self-certified too. So it is a good system. But here I wanted to show you that when I narrowed my search to certified 8A SDB firms, now it's down to 69 profiles match. And one thing that you can pretty much know is that if they're a certified 8A firm, they're automatically a certified SDB firm. So if you want certified SDB firms, and you know, with no question, you know, that they haven't self-certified, click 8A certified companies, and they're automatically SDB, and it'll actually show you a date that they are certified to. So that's a way that you know that that's the only way they can be shown as certified if they're in the 8A program. Any comment? Yuri? No. I'm just asking. Okay. So
There is another question.
Okay, what's the question?
Sorry.
That's fine.
What's the point of having subnet if DSBS is a more dynamic tool?
Well, the reason why you want to have subnet is because large businesses post solicitations in there. You know, it may be a contract that they have and they're looking for small businesses, so that you can go in that system and actually see what they're looking for. You know, a lot of times large businesses will host outreach events, but maybe you couldn't make it that day, so you couldn't make the outreach event. But if a small business, or if you're wanting to, you know, be a subcontractor, you can log into subnet and actually look up under, when you saw the first button where it had solicitation/NSS, then you can actually click on that and it'll show you what solicitations are open and what company has it. I looked, there's quite a few large businesses that have open solicitations, but it gives you the contact information of who you need to contact within that organization to let them know, okay, here's what I do and I'm interested, you know, this is 10 miles from my office and this is what we do. So it actually gives you information about what's actually been awarded, or you know, opportunities to subcontract with that prime. So that's what the benefit is. It's really a benefit for both, because it's a mechanism for you to post opportunities of subcontract opportunities as a large business. And then for me, if I'm a small business, it's an opportunity for me to look at subcontracting opportunities. Okay. And DSBS is basically a system for a small business to market to government. You know, this is, we want to market our company, our capabilities, what it is that we do to the government, because they use this portal to look at market research, you know, identify how we're going to set aside this particular solicitation. And when we're posting the source of thought notice, you know, hey, look, there's 10 companies, there's 50, or no, let's say there's 50 companies that have the capability that we can see based on our market research that have the capability. But if only 5 companies respond, you know, that's something that, you know, they can take a look at or justify why they did it as a particular set aside. Now, the dynamic small business, it's a larger pool of small businesses because you have, you know, lot more small businesses that are registered in there. Business profiles are updated. Same thing in subnet, they're updated by the business. And this is what we always have to emphasize to our businesses, that you should keep your DSBS profile updated. It doesn't automatically update on its own. You know, you have to put the effort in to update the information as you add new NAICS codes, as you add more capabilities to what your company can provide. You're expanding your geographical area. Put that in the DSBS, put that in your profile. You know, the other thing is that you can customize your search, you know, based on the state, government certifications, ownership, NAICS codes, keywords, you know, the nature of your business. It just gives you a whole lot more to be able to customize your search. If you're only looking for service disabled, veteran-owned businesses, and you need somebody that's in a certain county, you can narrow it all the way down where, you know, if you narrow it too much, you may not get anybody, but, you know, at least it'll give you a good amount of businesses that have the potential to be a subcontractor to you. And the other thing is that registered businesses can be downloaded in Excel, PDF, or you can just, you know, print it if you want. But Excel, I prefer Excel. You are limited to 5,000 profiles per search. So it gives you, if it gives you an error, it may tell you that you've exceeded the 5,000. Now, I don't know if SBA is going to increase that amount. 5,000 is quite a bit. So, I mean, I don't think anybody has the time to really look through more than 5,000 profiles, but maybe you do. Maybe you're a whiz at Excel spreadsheets, and you can segregate it all the way down to what it is you're looking for. So that's the one thing about the dynamic small business profile. But it is a good system, and they are making updates, you know, to the system. But Apex accelerators work with their companies, you know, to let them know, you know, you need to update your profile, you need to include this. You know, we can't do it for them. All we can do is advise them of what they need to do. That actually sets you apart from the competition, but it also allows you as a small business to see who your competition is, because the small businesses can go in there and do a search. You know, I want to see what companies in my county are roofing contractors, and they can narrow it down and say, hey, there's only 3 of us. So, you know, it increases their chances of, you know, winning contracts. So those are things that, you know, you can use the system in different ways to achieve, you know, different results. You know, you have to have a goal as to why you're conducting a search or what type of search you're looking for. But you can also contact your Apex accelerator to help you to identify qualified companies. If you don't have the time to go through the system, or you're getting an error, contact your closest Apex accelerator, and they can help you. They're there to help you in any capacity. But we need information, specific information, exactly what type of company you're looking for. Because if you just tell, I'm looking for a roofing company. Oh, okay, well, where are you at? Washington? Where's the project? Washington? We'll give you roofing companies in the whole state of Washington. But if you don't tell us, you know, how you want them broken down, you know, here's a list of service disabled, here's woman-owned, here's HubZone, here's 8A, here's SDBs, then, you know, we're just going to give you a list of everything. And that may be what you want. And then from there, you can segregate, run a report, you know, sort it however you want to sort it. But, contact your Apex Accelerator and we are here to help you.
There's another
Sam.
one.
Okay,
Sorry about this.
no, that's fine.
Is-
No,
Is this for small business only registration? And I don't know which one it is referring to.
okay. So the subnet is for both. Okay, I saw large businesses and small businesses in subnet, but if you're a large business, then it's used to identify opportunities, solicitation opportunities to seek out subcontractors. The DSBS is only for small businesses. You can only register your company if you're a small business. It doesn't, if you're large by your primary NAICS code, then it won't allow you to register in the system. That's the key, because we do have some companies that are small in their primary NAICS code, but they're large in other NAICS codes. And a good example is construction. We have design build companies that are small under the 236220 NAICS code, but for A&E services, architectural engineering services, they're large because the size standard is, 11 million, whereas the size standard for construction is, 38.5 million, I believe. So, there's a big difference in the average sales, but because some companies now that were classified as large by SBA size standards are now considered small because now it's a 5-year average instead of a 3-year average. So that's made a difference for some companies to be now considered a small business, whereas they were before large by SBA size standards. And those are companies that were really close. We had some companies that were $500,000 above the size standards. So now with the 5-year average, it allows them now to be considered a small business. So, okay.
Another question, can government employees needed to perform market research register on DSBS?
No, they cannot.
Then
And-
one more. Oh,
Mhm.
do you have more to say?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay, can you please explain the connection between SAM.gov and DSBS? Are they linked in any way? Is there a two-way flow of information data between the two?
Good question. Okay, so I'm not GSA. Okay, so and we've had multiple conversations with GSA. With the updates and the constant updates that are happening with the SAM system, the communication between the DSBS system and the SAM system is broken. So before, a company was able to update their DSBS profile by, once they did a full update, going through SAM, and at the very end, before you submitted your registration, you have the 2 little buttons at the bottom where you click. One said view your DSBS profile. The second one said update your DSBS profile. Well, that's no longer there. So what happens is now when you review your entire profile and you hit that submit button, it says you have successfully submitted your registration. Now you have to go to the general login system to update your dynamic small business profile. So the web page that I previously showed you, the GLS, you actually have to, every company has to go into that system to update their DSBS profile, which is quite interesting because when you go in there, and this would be a good question to ask SBA, because when you go in there, it looks totally different from subnet. And so I'm not sure, that's kind of an IT question for technical to find out, how those two things kind of work together, because when we register for an account, it looks just exactly the same as it did when it used to be under SAM. But it's hit or miss. 2 weeks ago, they had the buttons there and we were able to register the companies in DSBS. And then last week it was gone. This week it's still not there. So, they're trying to make it part of the registration process, which would make it easier for businesses because a lot of companies don't want to go to another website to update that part of it. So stay tuned. You know, when it happens, we'll definitely let you know when those two systems communicate again with one another. Okay.
I have one comment from Marnie Tyson.
Okay.
She says you do not need to register in DSBS to search for small businesses. The info is public.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you do not. You that's the one system you don't have to do that either in subnet. You can do a public search. So, but DSBS, yeah, anybody can search it. You don't have to have an account to do that, but you have to have an account to create a profile. Okay, so that's what the differences are. Okay, SAM, or System for Award Management, it's a government-owned, operated website and portal. It's for any company that wants to do business with the government, has to be registered in this system. If you want to get a contract, you want to get a grant, you want to receive funding from SBA, because we had that when they had the PPP and the EIDL monies, we had so many companies contacting us that had to be registered in SAM. If you want to get paid, you have to be registered in SAM. So, you know, this is the first point of any company wanting to do business with the government. If you're a subcontractor, you don't have to go through the entire registration. You can just obtain a UEI in the system. But what we're finding, probably about 80% of the companies that contact our office end up going through the entire registration after they've obtained their UEI. So, you know, it is free. There is no cost to be registered in this system. We have to constantly emphasize this to our business, because even though they put all of these measures for validation of companies, you still get a lot of our companies still get a lot of emails stating that your profile hasn't been updated. You know, you need to add in keywords. I mean, it looks so official. I mean, I have to actually really look at it, because some of them have they'll have like a .gov.org or something at the end. It's weird, but you really have to, you know, make sure that it is the government website. So they put the Uncle Sam hat on there, you'll see, and it says this is an official government website. So that's how you know you're at the right website. So once you click on sam.gov, and what you're going to do is, when you get on this website, you need to hit entity information. If you do not hit entity information and you just go down towards the bottom and hit the little magnifying glass and type in construction, it's going to give you both solicitations, company profiles, and give you everything. So just make sure that you hit entity information when you go onto this website. And then, as Marnie had brought up, is that you do have to be logged in in order to search for companies. Don't ask me why. You never had to do it before, but now you have to sign in. Apparently, the government wants to know who's searching for companies, I guess. I don't know. So everybody has to have a login in order to search for businesses, in order to look up companies. So that's and it, like I said, you'll get the hit get started, or I'm sorry, there's the previous one. Here it says sign in at the top. I guess I cut it off, but in here it says get started or sign in. Just hit the sign in, and then you can start your registration, create a new account, and then just go through that whole process. It'll prompt you what you need to add in. But in order for you to pull any entity information, you have to be signed in. Once you sign in, and what I did is I just went and did a search result for the state of Washington, and I just typed in the word, I just pulled down the menu for state, Washington, 25,252 profiles matched that criteria. So, which you can tell, it's both large and small businesses. It's nonprofits. There's no designation as to what type of company it is. It's just giving you every company that's registered in this system for the state of Washington. So, that's why you want to be specific on how you want to search. So what I did is you can further search in here by the entity type, the social economic status, and the NAICS code. I always search by NAICS code because, I want to narrow my search down. So when I clicked on those search values, it came up with 24,800 profiles. So, it's narrowing it down even further. If you want to then search, change the NAICS code, you can then change, hit the little X and put in a different NAICS code and it'll populate. What's great about this is that when you go in here and click NAICS code, put a different NAICS code, and it'll populate automatically. Once you type in the NAICS code, it'll give you a whole different list, and which I think is kind of cool. But so you can narrow it down as much as you want. Maybe you want 8A woman-owned small business certified companies that are self-certified SDB. They don't yet have on the system or the DSBS system certified SDBs because it's still a self-certified program. So in here it won't have that. If you want to pick a certain category, maybe you want to pick Native American, then you can go into the social economic category, click Native American. You want tribal, you can click tribal, and it'll populate, it'll give you a shorter list. So you can modify it as you need based on what you're looking for in the system. And you're able to, you have a larger pool of businesses, you're able to customize your search, and you're also able to download it as an Excel or PDF. And there's no limit. That's, the great thing is there's no limit on the search. So you can search, like we showed you, over 25,000 or 24,000 businesses came up when we conducted the search. So it's just based on, narrowing it down, getting it further down, maybe NAICS code, maybe the social economic category, based on certifications, you can narrow it down. So those are things that you can use, Sam. Preference-wise, I would pretty much say that I prefer the DSBS system just because you can modify it. I think it's just an easier system. And the format that it shows the companies is a lot better to me. I mean, just to visibly see their capabilities. See, in SAM, you're not able to put the capabilities of the company. So that's the other thing, is that in the DSBS, you can at least read what the company has done. If they fill out their profile really well, you can also see their email address, and it can be one of the things you select, but then also their phone number. So it gives you a lot more usable, to me, usable information for a person that is searching. If I was an SBLO officer, I would use DSBS. We do get calls from contracting officers seeking out businesses, but the reason why they're calling Apex Accelerators is because they know we work with companies. We kind of know what their capabilities are. We know the extent of the contracts they've achieved or received. We kind of know whether or not they've partnered with other companies, they have teaming partners, what their potential is. We don't market on behalf of the company, but we can provide them a list. Here's a list of 10 qualified companies, and it's up to you, contracting officer or small business liaison, to vet the companies that you want to work with. We don't make recommendation on what company is better than another company. All we do is provide the information, based on the criteria that you have given to us. So, and plus, we're a free service. So, why not use an Apex Accelerator? How many organizations can your resource people, well, except for SBA, can you go to that, provide you a free service and, can really help you to make your job a little bit easier. I won't say easier, just a little bit easier, because I see based on the previous presentations, boy, you have a lot of work to do, but if we can help you, we're here to help you. Here, I wanted to provide you, Apex Accelerators are a vital resource partner to large businesses and to small businesses. We can assist, like I said, with market research. There's no cost. Some have a minimal cost, but it's basically for, their data system to receive bid notifications, maybe. So each PTAC operates a little bit differently. Washington PTAC, no cost, right, Melinda? Melinda?
Our
Marty?
bid match,
Okay.
yeah, our
Okay.
bid match has $165 for the year.
Okay. So yeah, see, so it is a very minimal cost for what you get. And for large businesses, I mean, you probably have a system already built in where you have somebody who's searching out opportunities, but there's no cost for you to contact Melinda and say, hey, Melinda, I need companies that do this. Do you have a list? And she works with Tiffany, or sends it to Tiffany. Tiffany works with her team to identify, potential opportunities. Our PTAC, we're a Native American PTAC. There is no cost for our services. We don't charge for anything. So, so we can provide you the same service that everybody does. Apex Accelerators provide all the same services. We're all unique in what we do and the coverage area that we have. So we partner with one another because, we're kind of like a one-stop shop for everybody, but it's through our relationship with one another that we're able to really provide you quality service. So, contact your nearest Apex Accelerator. We do have our Association of Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. They haven't changed the name yet, but I'm not sure, but they're going to change it. But here's the website. You can click on the state. It lists where every Apex Accelerator is located at with the contact information and the website. We do host several trainings for, businesses, any type of business, and also we do have some SBA representatives that will come in to provide training, especially about certification programs that they have, issues that they may be running into. Maybe the system in WSB isn't working, or they don't quite understand what the requirements of some of the documentation for the 8A program is, or maybe a question about the HubZone application. So we do partner a lot with agencies to provide training to small businesses, and it's free of charge. There's no cost. Anyone can attend. It's open to everybody. So whoever wants to come and attend, even if we get companies that are just saying, well, I kind of want to go into business. Well, come to the training, kind of see what it entails, what it's about, find out about other resources. We don't only have Apex Accelerators, but there's SDVCs, there's small business development centers, which are under the umbrella of SBA, which help with, business plans, funding. There's MBDAs. So there's different resource partners that can help business owners that are out there. Questions? I know we've been getting questions throughout. I don't know if you have any additional questions, but here's my contact information at the bottom. And just so you know, for those that are new, each website, whether it's Subnet, DSBS, or SAM, they all have YouTube videos. I'm like, that's a new thing. I'm not a YouTube video person, but I was shocked. I was just like, wow, this is kind of different. Yeah.
We have two questions, hon, or maybe statements. The first one is, I was contacted by a company stating that I had to have a capability statement in SAM. Is that correct?
No, there is nowhere in SAM that you can put a capability statement. There's nothing. The only thing you can upload in SAM is if you're having an issue with your address, or maybe when you're going and doing an update that your name doesn't come up with, the company name doesn't come up with the address. And when it says it's searching millions of records, and even though you've been in existence for the last 25 years, your company doesn't come up, then you'll have to upload your articles of organization, or or something, bylaws or something that has your address and your company name on the same document. But that's the only thing that it allows you to upload, not your capabilities statement.
Then there's a comment from Jeff Holmes. www.teamingpro.com is a platform that connects SAM, DSBS, and other government sites through their public APIs. It is very easy to use, look up company information, opportunities, and the ability to build your own supply chain. They offer free accounts and 3-tiered subscription-based accounts, small businesses, large businesses, and enterprise.
Okay. What is it? Teaming Pro?
Teamingpro.com.
Okay. So that, I mean, you can put that in the chat. I don't know about other Apex accelerators, but our Apex accelerator, we let businesses know, but a lot of our companies don't have the funding to pay for a system. And most of the time, what I find, I'm not saying about this particular system, but with other systems, you can do a trial and then pay for it. So it's really up to it's up to the business owner if it's something that makes their life easier. Most of the time, our businesses, probably with Washington PTAC, or I'm sorry, Washington Apex Accelerator, businesses will contact us and say, hey, can you find this for me? And then we do the research for them. So, but for large business, I can see where it could be a benefit. But yeah, check it out and see how it works. I'm definitely going to look at it. Thank you for the information. Are there any other questions, comments?
No, hun.
Okay. All right. Okay. So
Thank you so very much,
all right.
Vanessa. Your
Thank
information
you.
is amazing. I mean, there's all these areas that I, for one, wasn't tracking that were even available to use. So thank you.
Yes,
I can see-
I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry, Kay, for interrupting
No,
you.
go ahead, please
Okay,
take it.
no. Thank you so much, because I really learned a lot by looking at Subnet, because I wasn't really familiar with that website. So I actually went and listened to the webinar, the YouTube webinar, went through and played around with it. And I mean, in my whole determination and going through the research, DSBS is still the better system, in my opinion, to use. So, it's so kudos to SBA. So anyway, that's just my last comment.
No, I'm right there with you, and I agree. Subnet is not something that I have used. I have suggested it to people, but I've not really been inside or seen what it had to offer. And yes, I think DSBS, I think don't most of us go into that at least a couple times every single week, if not every single day.
Yeah. And and just so you guys know, and when you go into DSBS, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can actually add in additional information than what I showed on the screen, because that was just kind of like the default information. But you can actually add their UEI in there, and you can add in their email address. And so if you're doing your research and you're like, oh, okay, I like this profile, and you said this company looks good, I mean, you have your UEI. Otherwise, you're going to have to click on it and then get their UEI. But I mean, you can actually download it when you're doing your search. So just a tip. I worked it all different ways. So okay. Well, thank you, everybody.
No, thank you very, very much. Truly, this was very, very helpful. So let's see here. We are heading into our open forum. So let's see here. We've got all sorts of suggested topics and other topics that can come available. I think I'm going to pass the mic because I'm thinking that Melinda and Jackie and some of our other team members are going to kind of lead some of this off. Okay, I'm seeing some coming
If they
live
can
now.
type their questions too in Q&A, that would be great.
Okay. So, okay, for anyone who hasn't found the Q&A, it's if you move your mouse down like below the pictures, then there should be a bar that pops up. And right next to where it says chat, which is just about in the middle, then there's a two little message boxes that says Q&A. And that's really helpful if the questions can come into that. And again, I want to just say thank you so much to everyone for participating and the information sharing. And, you know, this has been very informative for me. So thank you. Okay, who's going to be brave and ask the first question?
We know there has to be some burning questions out there.
Either that or everybody went to get their lunch and
That's right.
Okay, here's one. I only had one question. Would you provide a status of the Pacific Northwest Council SBLO guidebook update status? Guidebook is great, but was just wondering if updates were in progress.
Go for it, Melinda.
Yes, they are. We are aware that there is a few portions right now because of new updates that have happened. We are in the process of working on that, and we should hopefully get it done within the next month or two. It just takes time. There's only 2 of us updating it, so it does take time.
We hope that in reality, we would like to have no later than August, our next training event. We will have it updated.
The accelerated payments new final rule, is this saying that they don't have to request an accelerated payment? It's just a rule that primes will pay within 15 days of receipt. That would probably be an SB. Is SBA still here? Either
Yep.
Yuri or Randall.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you.
So I think that, whoops, there I go with that little slider there. All right. I think that was mostly an encouragement to primes to do what they can to expedite payments to their small business subs, but I would have to read the language really carefully to make sure. I'll take a look at that, and shall I get an answer back to one of you, and then you could share it with everybody?
Yes, you can get it to Jeremy. That way he's our go-to that's making sure we combine everything together when we send everything out. That would be
Okay.
great.
Great. Good question.
There's another question to provide the link for the guidebook. Can we do that, Jackie, when we send out everybody's certificate that they were attending? I think
Jackie's screen froze. She hasn't blinked her eyes in a few minutes.
So I will send an email to Jackie or let her know. We will make sure that the link, when you get your certificate, is there for you to, because it is a private link. So we will make sure that you have the link.
Jeremy, I just put the link to the Fed Register for the accelerated payments. If you would share that in either the chat or questions and answers. I can't do question and answers for some reason.
That's because you're on the side that's supposed to have all the answers, sir.
We do have an answer from Diane Dempsey that is correct. Not sure what it's to though. Okay, another question is, has anyone heard anything about, whoa, we got a big question that moved everything. Okay, has anyone heard anything about the small business program reviews being incorporated into CPARs, the CPSRs? Do we have Michael or Dave
that might be able to answer that. Do you have an answer, Kay, for that?
Can you ask that question again, Melinda?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dave. Has anyone heard anything about the small business program reviews being incorporated into CPSRS?
CPSRS?
CPSRS, yeah.
I'm not familiar
Maybe-
with what
It might
CPSRS.
mean CPARs.
Are they talking CPARs maybe?
Okay, okay. And so small business program reviews being incorporated into that?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that, but what I will say is when we're doing our CPARs, we do take a look at, how are they doing on their, as far as, regulatory compliance, are they submitting their ISRs on time? And then we're looking at subcontracting, are they performing as they said they would in their subcontracting plan at the time of proposal? So we'll take a look at that. And if they're not meeting marks, it doesn't mean they're going to get, a lower rank mark. But if they're not meeting their proposed goals and are not letting us know why they're not meeting it, that could be a reason for something. But typically, we won't even accept them unless they're telling us a reason why they're not meeting certain goals. So as far as CPARs go, we're going to be looking at regulatory. Are they submitting, and how are they doing contractually on that subcontracting plan? So
I would not expect that DCMA or the SBA reviews on our program would go onto the CPARs. I would not expect that. Unless the agency went to them and asked them if they had done a review.
Okay, so then we have we have further explanation, I think. It is already in the DFARS from Diane Dempsey. It is already in the DFARS and also applies to NASA and GSA. If the prime receives benefit of accelerated payments, they are encouraged to pay their SBs subnet in net 15. The goal is net 15.
And I think everybody has deviations, so it's not really a new change, it's just codifying it.
Okay. And then another question here, it's a long one. Do the DoD regional councils coordinate with each other with regards to dates and topics covered? As a SBLO that covers the entire US, I have a connection with all the regional councils, but find that there's a lot of the same content covered. But occasionally each one has different information. Since we are doing many of these virtually, has there been consideration to consolidate the regional councils to a national council for virtual content and the regional councils for in-person events?
I can take that one. So pre-COVID, there was some, I won't say really discussion, but there was some consideration of would there be a benefit or a reason to make it more of a national sort of program, and then similar to what you're saying, have individual areas. Then COVID hit, and it hit a lot of the councils really hard. And at this point, we're just kind of seeing a few that are starting back up again. DoD, and I can't speak for this year, but during COVID, there really wasn't anyone there that had the councils as their requirement to manage or take care of. It was kind of the collateral duties. I know DoD has been increasing staff. I would anticipate that councils may well get some more attention as as we go forward in the next coming years. I think your idea of coordinating would be wonderful. I know for myself, I would be very interested to know when is another council hosting a meeting, in part so that we don't double up and have them at the same time, as well as content. I know we try to have content that's somewhat specific to our region, but we also try to cover some of the more basic information that is good to have. So, as far as, let's see, I guess more to come on all that. Right now, in the immediate future, I would say through the rest of this FY, I wouldn't expect to see any changes. But, in FY24, who knows what's going to happen.
We also take a survey too from those that attend so that we can get to where if there's a whole bunch of you needing the same information, we make sure that we do cover it in our next training event too.
And I will say, I have talked to Derek, who is with the Western region. They plan on having an in-person during Navy Gold Coast, which is a couple weeks before we're planning on doing our next one that's in person. So that might be something we want to consider. So.
Okay. How is everyone doing with the new NICS code size standard requirement? Has anyone had a positive review? I've heard the reviews have been much harder since this new requirement.
You mean as far as NICS codes being identified with each procurement? I'm not sure what you're asking.
It's an anonymous attendee, so I don't know who to address it to. So, can you reword it so that way we can get back to that question then? How's that? I have, Diane has let us know that CPARs are contract specific. So I read that. And then another one from Diane Dempsey. Although the primes can reference their program rating, the rating is based on achieving small business goals and management of their subcontractors, was her comment. Now, this is from our anonymous person, meaning conducting them currently with contractor purchasing system reviews.
Let's see, let's go back up. I'm not sure. Okay.
And then
Oh.
someone else put, I think they're talking about the purchasing system. And then I have from Cynthia McKeever, CPSR is contracting. Oh, this, we were wrong on what we thought it was. It's the contracting purchasing system reviews, not CPARs. Does anybody know about those? I haven't seen this one.
Yeah. But
Do you have-
typically those are the SBA or DCMA. DCMA comes in and does those. So what are they asking? Yes, asking contractor purchasing system review performed by DCMA, same agency that performed small business program reviews. Okay. Okay, people are answering. I guess that's where we got confused. Let's read down this.
So I think we need to address who does it and what it actually is then.
I see a question here. I thought I'd heard they were going to combine small business audit with CPSR. I guess I'm not sure who they is, if that's DCMA, SBA. As far as the agency, I'm not tracking anything in our agency about
The only
that.
thing I know is at one point years ago, you had where you have SBA doing their audits and then DCMA doing their audits, and sometimes you could get audits by both of them. And they now have since divided them, and it depends on what you do as to who's going to audit you. So for instance, construction, our audits are done by DCMA. And A&E, I heard, is done by SBA.
On one of our companies, the last one was in 2015, and it was DCMA that conducted for A&E, and they were also conducting on the behalf of SBA. So they had a
Okay.
memorandum of understanding. So I had it all in one review.
Okay.
So I don't know if they've changed that. I haven't seen anything on it. And usually I hear from our couple of our SBA CMRs if there's any changes like that. But I'm thinking that, you know, they've made a lot of changes. And so depending on, you know, right now it's just resources, I think is what everybody's problem is, resources. So nobody knows, you know, when you're going to get a review. I think the hardest thing is going to be, we've always done it face to face, and doing it online, I think is going to be, because you don't have that dialogue, a real good dialogue going on, you know, if they have questions and you try to, you're explaining your program, explaining your purchasing system. And I haven't had to do one like that, but my understanding is they're going to do everything online.
Okay, there's clarification here from her or him. Rather than a separate review and rating conducted along with the CPSR. Sorry, I need to clarify because you're misunderstanding the question. So I guess they're asking, is the CPSR also done in conjunction with your review?
Looks to me like we might need to reach out to our DCMA friends and invite them to the
Yeah,
next training, because we've got a few questions.
Maybe we need to bring in DCMA and have them do a talk next time. Or does SBA know on their end? Are they doing those both hand in hand? Does
I have
anybody?
no idea. Yuri, do you have any input?
Yeah, my only thought is this is probably a question for one of our CMRs. I know they do compliance reviews on the large primes. They've started to do more and more of them over the last year, whereas previously there weren't a great many of them done, unfortunately. So unless a contractor is one of the really, really big primes, I'm not sure that you would expect to have a review like this done by SBA, but I can't speak for DCMA.
Okay.
On the
So
list-
another thing here, further down when you go down this, I thought I heard they were going to combine SB audit with the CPSR was another comment here. So we have to get clarification by both DCMA and SBA, I think. So we can try to maybe address that at our next meeting in the summer. Okay. Then we have a new question. Does someone know the FAR that is being proposed that would allow a contracting officer to use past SB performance to not award a contract? Do any of our specialists know that answer?
We would not, so if there was a best value trade-off, and if they had past performance as one of the factors, they would evaluate past performance. However, that would carry into that trade-off. So wouldn't necessarily be, hey, this is the only reason, but you know, so they would use that as a trade-off factor.
I was gonna say, right along those lines, if it is a best value trade-off, it would be one factor among others. But I was also looking at the wording of that question. Oh, and I noticed this was a question from Jeff Holmes, and he just posted something else. I'm wondering if this is connected to his first question. And he says, in the past, most of the small business elements of our proposals are evaluated and weighted as acceptable or not. It appears this desired change in FAR will give greater weight to the small business elements of the proposal. It could be. I mean, the CO has the authority to determine the relative weights of the evaluation criteria. But like Dave Waltz said, usually the small business factor is not the deciding factor. It just is one of the things that is looked at and considered to make a final decision. So the proposal as a whole is then looked at, and relative points or ratings given to the proposal in total. So I was also kind of wondering if, just in the wording of Jeff's question, he says to use past SB performance to not award a contract. I wondered if he meant past use of small businesses, if we're speaking of a large prime submitting a proposal. So that could be, small business utilization evaluation factor. And again, that would be a weighted factor too.
So Yuri, what I
And
noticed was-
to follow on with what you're saying, Yuri, so the small business utilization factor, we use that at Keyport quite a bit for any full and open competition best value trade-off. We're not going to use it for a LPTA from fixed price type of contract, but if it's a full and open best value trade-off, we have a small business factor. That's separate than the past performance. So, and I bring that up because a lot of times people will put in past performance small business numbers. That will be added to the past performance part. We're not using that in our small business participation. That evaluation is strictly on how are they utilizing small business for this effort. The past performance part on, like, let's say they're including their past goal attainment, for example, on maybe it's a follow-on action, or maybe it's how they did previous years. That's all going to fall under and be considered in that past performance. And we always put a note in our section L and M that small business past performance will be included in the past performance evaluation. I don't know if other agencies are doing that, but that's how we do it at Keyport.
Jeff mentioned the FAR. Yuri, maybe you and I can get with Sam Lake and see if there's an upcoming proposal or something. It looks like Jeff may have heard of something, and so we can just double check and then get back with him.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave, what you're doing is similar to what I have done as well, making notes. And if a business has a history of saying they're going to meet great goals and not meeting them, those notes are included in the overall evaluation for the subcontracting and small business factor. But again, that in itself is not a determination. There's other things that go into making the final determination about a business being awarded or not awarded. Over.
Okay. Another question. It's just us providing a link. Can we post that again, Jeremy, please, in the chat so everybody can have the link to get to our manual? Would that be possible?
Yes.
Thank you, hon. Thank you. Okay, and then we have a comment, I think. It says DCMA, and this is from Diane Dempsey. DCMA is taking a deeper dive on applying NICS codes to subcontracts. The subcontractor is required to certify the NICS code aligned to the tasking. Just further clarification there. And then the anonymous, someone anonymous, I think the virtual national concept for the regional council would ensure those who don't have a budget to transfer don't miss out on a very important information. If we can't travel, does that mean we won't get to hear the updates? I know ours, we are actually leaning towards when we do our summer one, it will be, it's going to be both ways. We're going to do the virtual along with being live. So those who can't make it and can't travel will also be able to be part of we'll do a hybrid.
I realize in the past few years, as you know, many of our councils stopped holding meetings. A lot of people have migrated, some attending council meetings in areas that they may not have a lot of action going on. I appreciate the interest and the support. The original design of councils was that it would meet a specific geographical area. When we do have the large businesses that are nationwide or worldwide, I can totally appreciate the challenges as well as the budget and time constraints that we can find. But moving forward, I do think we will be moving towards some, possibly most in-person events. And if we can offer hybrids, then by all means, we will try and do that.
Yeah, I found out we could, so we're good to go for at least the next one. Okay, DCMA, small business reviews. Oh, this is from Diane Dempsey, I'm sorry. DCMA, small business reviews are very focused on complying with NICS code and prompt payment. Same with CPSR review. And that was a comment. Get to Cynthia McKeever. I don't believe small business reviews will be combined with CPSRs. So we got that comment. All I can say is this is something that we can actually have addressed when we have our summer event and can get the participation of those who do the audits and stuff, so we can clarify, and maybe we can find somebody in the CPSR area too, to maybe have a panel.
Well, and because this question seems to be rather prevalent, I'm willing to take this question, reach out to one of our DCMA points of contact and see if we can get a response to include to our team here. But also absolutely stress that we want to have a DCMA member attending our next event.
Well, and including probably have them maybe be able to coordinate with DA, that it could possibly also be there to speak on the behalf of the CPSRs.
Okay, Rochelle Lowe. Answer, yes. DCMA is looking to bring small business program reviews at the same time as CPSR.
Okay.
Okay. And let's see. The anonymous attendee want to know if small business program reviews and ratings are considered to be conducted concurrently with CPSRs. Okay, Rachel again. Answer, NICS is important and being checked by DCMA during the small business program review. The NICS and the applicable size standard on each PO subcontract. There's another comment. Let's see. Let me get through these. Okay. Diane Dempsey, I have done many SB reviews virtually. It is not difficult as perceived. Dialogue is allowed and it can be lengthy. Okay.
Which
Thanks,
actually,
Diane.
let me jump in on that. Something I have not mentioned this time, and I really should have. This council is trying to put together a SBLO mentoring program. And we have a few people that are willing to mentor some of the younger not in age, but in experience, SBLOs, as well as we have openings for more seasoned SBLOs if they would be interested in providing mentorship to others that are interested. I think if this is something that is of interest to you, can you please reach out, either send us an email, reach out to Jackie or Melinda. Yeah, please let us know if you're interested in this, and Jackie could probably speak a little bit more to this.
And then there's something from a Stephanie Sherwood. She has put, it seems like a logical correlation to conduct a prime contractor CPSR and small business program rating review concurrently, since most SB programs are implemented within the contracts and procurement department, but DCAA conducts the CPSR and DCMA and SBA conduct the small business review rating. So there need to be some sort of memorandum of understanding or cooperation. Haven't heard of them being combined, conducted concurrently, but it certainly would make sense. And then here's a question, I think. Is it appropriate to submit a copy of ISRs to meet past experience when submitting a solicitation?
I think that is one that you would want to reach out to the contracting specialist or the contracting officer prior to submission and discuss it with them. I know sometimes that's like the only document that a business would have, that, you know, they have participated on similar type of requirements, but I'm not going to say a blanket, oh yes, that's perfect. I would truly reach out to the person that's posting, the contracting person that's posting the requirement, and confirm would that be an acceptable measure. Dave, do you have anything on that?
We have Mike too.
It will normally state in the solicitation, and usually they'll want at least 3 most current or final current ISRs for past performance on your small business performance.
Yeah, I would agree with what Jackie said. Well, we would typically tell you what to provide for, you know, past performance. If you add it when it's not requested, it's just additional information. And I will say a lot of times the small business factor, at least at Keyport, we don't have a page limit. So you could add it, but again, if it's past, if it's like historical numbers, I would include that with your past performance report. Because like I said, at Keyport, we make a note that any past performance small business numbers will be evaluated in past performance.
We have another one. Do you know if next requirements will be covered in CPSR audits also? Oh, Diane just got something from Dr. Hatcher. Dr. Hatcher has advised that the two groups, CPSR versus SB, will not be conducting the reviews together. It is problematic and the two calendars could not align.
Let me just add a little background for anyone who might not know who Dr. Hatcher is. This is Sonny Hatcher. He is like the director or assistant director for DCMA. He's based out of Huntsville now. And he would be my point of contact to where I would be going to ask the questions as well. So thank you for reaching out to him already. Thank you.
Jackie, do you see anything that I have missed that I need to address?
Anonymous came in after Diane. Do you know if the next requirements will be covered in CPSR audits also?
I think, doesn't that go back to a sunny
We're
question?
gonna have to get,
Dr. Hatcher?
we're gonna have to get somebody who does the CPSR audits and just have them speak next time. Because it seems like this is something that's really needing to be addressed as a topic.
I agree. And yeah, I am not one to speak on this at all. So
Okay.
yes.
And I don't think we have anybody here who conducts that type of audit, so it's, okay. Is there any other questions? Well, it's all yours now, Kay.
Well, actually, don't go too far, Jackie, because I'm going to have you talk a little bit about your mentoring program, because I think that's something we need to share a little bit of information about before we sign off. So, Ms. Jackie, are you still available? Uh-oh, did we lose her? Okay.
I
Well,
think she lost connection.
I think she was struggling with some of that a little bit.
Mhm.
I'll do the best I can. I already gave you a little blurb about it, but truly, I think both between small business on the government side as well as the small business liaison officers, I think we're all seeing a lot of turnover. We've got some people that are coming in that are young in career experience in that particular field. And then there's some that, have been around for a little while. And what we're trying to do is build the bridge between those that have some experience and knowledge and those that are trying to get a grasp on some of it. So Jackie very kindly, she came up with the idea of having a mentoring program, talked it over with the board, and it was born. So we've got a small pool of interested mentors, and we have a few that have reached out. Please, I'd like to get it a little bit more publicized, a little bit more utilized as necessary. So if you are on the government side or the industry side and willing to be a mentor, can you please let one of us know, whether it's Dave, whether it's Jackie, whether it's Melinda, or myself.
Jackie's back.
Great, Jackie, I was just telling about your mentoring program.
I'm so sorry. We've had some real technical issues today.
I'm going to pass the baton over to you. I was just giving out some contact information.
Yes, I have a list. We have a few of the seasoned SBLOs. And so I sent it out to the membership. And if the SBLOs can call us, they can email. This isn't like going into a series, which you could, but not going into a serious program, if you will, and setting up with one person, but being available to answer questions, to provide them with maybe some help, even with templates or anything that might be of help to the SBLOs. So if you're interested, please email me. I will add you to our list. I'll be sending it out to the members again. And so it's up to them. I also identify, whether you're AE or construction or IT or whatever that might be, so that the SBLOs know who to contact with the type of business that they're doing. But, it's, I've gotten a lot of emails, and, it's nice to be able that they can come in and we can answer some questions and direct them as what the regulations say or how we're supposed to do things. So it's not going to take up like a whole lot of your time, but just to be available if anyone in our membership would like to ask a question, get some assistance.
Thank you, Jackie. And I'll be one of the first to raise my hand and say, I have reached out, when I've got specific questions for different industry issues that I'm just not familiar with. I find some of the SBLOs that we work with here are incredibly knowledgeable and can usually give me a pretty good answer. And then I can also reach out to my small business professionals within the government. And between the two, usually I come up with a pretty good answer. So I find it very beneficial. I hope that others will venture forth and do the same. And Jackie, as you were offline for a moment, I broadened it out a little bit as well to small business professionals on the government side, in case there's any that are interested in either offering some mentorship to other government small business professionals, or government small business professionals that maybe need a little help or seeking help. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, if that's what they'd like to do, and we can put specifics on there, is that if they're going to mentor specifically government, that's good too. So just let me know and I will update that list.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, let's see, I see one more comment in here from Sam Artis. Can I thank Jeremy for all his behind the scenes support?
Yes.
Thank you so much. We've kept him very busy.
He is the back,
Thank you.
No problem.
the backbone. Yeah.
Yes, yes. He's not only taking care of the audience, but also all the panelists
That's
and
right.
everything in between. So thank you.
Appreciate
Well,
it. Thank you.
I'm not seeing a whole lot more questions, and I don't want to keep everyone online just to stay online. I'm sure most all of us have many other requirements and chores. Let's see, Melinda, there's tentative dates, aren't there, for the next meeting?
Yeah.
Shall we
Let
at
me-
least get to pencil them on the calendar?
Do you have the date that I sent you, or do I need to look it up?
I'd say you probably need to look it up.
Okay.
Or otherwise we can have that as a firm date when we send out the certificates to everyone, so they can
One
get
moment.
a save the date on their calendar. I think
I
we were
have it.
looking at
Just-
August, weren't we?
I have a date. Give me just a moment here. Let's see. Looking at a thread here.
And I want to use this opportunity as well to remind folks, if you've got other ideas of things that you would like to have addressed at the next meeting, please let us know.
The date we have is August 16th.
Okay. And that would be live in person in the general Tacoma 5 Seattle area.
Right. It will be this time. It's actually going to be in Tacoma. The Emerald Queen has a large hotel there, and they're going to let us use that facility that is near their casino. So we'll be going to what they call the bigger casino as far as that direction instead of going to the 5. So we'll be using the facilities where people park in the hotel parking lot, and they also go to our room that we'll be having the meeting in.
And there's no connection from that building or from that room into the casino. So those of us working for the government are within our requirements.
There's a long distance to where it's not. So yeah, we're okay. We've checked on it and it's fine to go.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I'm looking to see if there's any more questions that came in, anything. I'm thinking we've got a wrap, and look at this. We're even going to get out early. How's that? I look forward to seeing everyone again in August, and in August in person. And thank you to everyone for joining today. It's been a real pleasure, and I look forward to seeing you all again.
All right. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you, everybody.